Okay, they're done. Okay, they're done.
Ready for takeoff? Okay, good morning. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations. Pardon me, I'm repeating. Okay. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to confirm?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. No minutes for adoption for today.
Right, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for items in this agenda? Okay. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one item for deferral. It's item number 18, file number A0579/23TEY. Municipal address is 68 Douglas Drive. And through you, Mr. Chair, I see no files to be closed today.
All right, thank you. Okay, let us proceed to the first item. Number 129 MOUNTVIEW Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front covered porch, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, a rear second-story green roof terrace, as well as a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from Community Planning, TTC, and Urban Forestry, and we have opposition from numerous addresses on MOUNTVIEW Avenue. Marina Lombard Fensham.
This is me. Good morning. Let me just allow my camera. Good morning. I'm Marina Fensham from Pink Giraffe Design, representing the client. We have.
Could we have, Ms. Fensham, can we have your address, please?
16 Sulphur Springs, Ancaster, L9G1L8.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have your presentation, please?
This is the second time we've come to the committee, and we have significantly reduced the size of the proposal. It essentially now is a one-level addition at the rear. It used to be on 3 levels. This is defined as new construction, even though the exterior brick walls remain, simply because of the linear meters of walls that's being removed or changed at the back and the front. So on a technical point, this is called new construction, even though strictly speaking, it is an addition. we noticed in our comments that staff does not oppose anything except the integral garage. I have to point out that for new construction, the zoning requirements, the bylaws actually require that we provide on-site parking. We had to enlarge the garage slightly to meet the interior size of how big the garage should be. The front yard needs to be 70%, and we meet that. However, if staff really opposes the garage, we would prefer to defer this application and change the garage to living space, maybe an office or a bike room, remove the tracks to the garage, make all front yard green, and come back to the committee at a later time.
Was she asking for deferral?
Yes, I am.
You're asking-
Unless we can approve that we change the garage to a bike room and remove can you see we have almost like two tracks coming to the garage? So we can either come back with a revised front elevation, or I can show a window where you now see the garage door and make that living space.
So, Mr. Chairman, the driveway disappears too, right?
As I understand it, just to be clear, you want to revise the plan so you can eliminate the garage, turn it into bicycle parking, and remove the driveway?
Yes.
Where you're going to provide, so you're not going to have parking?
This is what's interesting about the bylaw. I was required to provide on-site parking. I actually have to have the driveway. We added the garage. There was nothing in the zoning. We went through the entire zoning review, and they approved the garage. It is completely within the bylaw. And you can see when you look at the list of variances, the garage was approved by zoning staff. Zoning staff supported this, so I'm slightly, it's as if the bylaw is opposing, the view that we cannot have a garage because we have to provide on-site parking.
Well, it sounds like you're caught between a rock and a hard place because the planning says that you don't fit within the character of the street because of the integral garage, and the neighbors are all up in arms because of your integral garage, but you say you're required to have on-site parking.
Yes, I even had to enlarge the footprint of the garage. I personally feel when I look at the elevation, I feel it's dominated by the substantially large windows and the front door. I feel the garage door, which is a small door, does not dominate the facade. I have stone, I'm blending in from an architectural point of view as much as we can into the street. I'm even keeping the original brick walls because I met with neighbors personally on either side, one-on-one, and I agreed to keep the exterior brick, and
All right, but the
not
bottom,
expose them to demolition.
all right, Ms. Fenshaw, the bottom line is that you want to change the plans and you need a deferral.
I would rather say that than to lose a variance and lose my client paid substantial money to be here today. And if I lose a variance today, we almost have to start from scratch. So I'm caught. What do I what do I say to my client? Do we lose and walk away a second time? He by now would have spent $8,000, right?
Okay.
$9,000. Or would you approve that this is actually within the zoning and it is not dominating the facade?
All right, so I sympathize with your position, but we can't change the plans today. So I suppose what you're looking for is a deferral to make the changes. You may need a variance because you're not going to have any parking on site if you can't fit in parking. But
Yes.
we can't we're not going to deal with that today, so
Yeah.
I just want to be clear that you're asking for a deferral.
Can I either have to have this project approved as I'm showing it, which I feel falls within the zoning parameters, or I have to get a deferral. I'm sorry that I'm giving two options, but I feel like if I cannot lose a second variance.
Okay,
So
but I can't, and none of my panel members, because we haven't heard all the evidence yet, can guarantee that you're going to be approved. In the circumstances, perhaps you should take the conservative option, ask for a deferral, and change your plans.
okay, I'll do that then.
Yes, Carl.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing to bear in mind is the Inglewood Garage is one item. The other one that's come up repeatedly is the existing built form. If all that's being changed is the garage, there's still going to be opposition, just to clarify. If there's no change to the built form, there's still opposition.
You mean the size?
I gather they say the number of people, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people have said that the existing built form and the proposed built form are at odds.
I don't know if I agree with it. If you look at on the left side, that is the existing, we keep the existing footprint, put 1 story on it, and simply put a 1-story flat roof addition at the rear.
Mr. Chairman, I
Right.
only raise that, not that we should debate the application if
Yeah.
there's going to be a deferral, but just to indicate that there are more concerns than the integral garage.
Well, it's the rear.
Okay.
It has to do with heritage?
No, it's a rear addition, and it's, as I understand it, it's an addition to an existing building. I believe I'm correct that the side walls of the existing property the existing building are being integrated into the building.
Yes.
Okay. All right, anyways, you're asking a deferral, so Carl is just pointing out that you should consider the opposition with respect to the rear of the building as well as the integral garage. So let us just canvass the opposition. Wanda Pavlovsky.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Are you?
Can I begin?
We can hear you. Can we have your name and your address, please?
Yes. My name is Wanda Pawlowski, P as in Peter, AWLOWSKI. I live at 27 Mountview Avenue, Toronto M6T2L5. I'm next door on the south side.
All right.
Okay, so I oppose this.
Are you in favor? Are you in favor of a deferral to allow the applicant to make changes to their plans?
They can make changes as long as the garage is gone, because they're putting the garage in the living room.
Miss Pavlovsky, I'm not asking you to dictate what the terms of their changes will be. I'm just asking you if you're in favor of a deferral.
How many times do we have to come to these meetings? This is very stressful.
Are you in favor of a deferral or not?
I want you to just cancel it. Let them start over with somebody else with Toronto ideas.
Okay, thank you very much. Mary Samus and Mark Payne.
Mary, you've been unmuted. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I understand basically it's either a deferral or the.
No, I need your name and your address first.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, it's Mary Samis, 31 MOUNTVIEW Avenue.
Thank you. Are you in favor of a deferral?
Yes, I guess so.
Right, thank you. Edward Adlers.
Edward, you've been unmuted.
From 25 MOUNTVIEW Avenue. I'm not opposed to a deferral. However, as has been pointed out by your committee members, there are other issues at stake, but I'm not opposed to a deferral.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion for a deferral? Say here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move for a motion to defer.
All right, do we have a seconder? Carl? All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, should
Yes.
we indicate that the purpose of the deferral is for the applicant to make revisions to the project?
Yes.
After consultation with the neighbors?
I don't know that you say after consultation, but with consultation.
Okay, fine.
Make changes and consult with the neighbors. All right? You don't have a problem with that, Sahir?
None at all.
Okay, all in favor? Matters deferred, thank you. Number 2, 16 McGee Street. The purpose of the application to alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse and dwelling by constructing a partial rear 2-story addition, a partial rear 3rd-story addition with a rear deck, and a new front porch with stairs and an accessibility lift. Rachel, and with this application, we have material supplied by the applicant, and we have a staff report from Metrolinx. Rachel Patterson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Patterson, 16 McGee Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the owner.
Right, okay, if you just hold on a minute. So it says here, participant 1. What does that mean?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have any speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Patterson, this looks reasonably straightforward. I'm going to take it into committee. Before I do you have anything you want to say to the panel?
Just that the scope of work is an intervention for the owner who has an incurable genital disease, and the space is to allow them to have a more accessible home and stay within their community. The also idea behind the renovations is to serve future owners who require a heightened level of accessibility and facing ambulatory issues.
Okay, so Carl, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The variance for front yard landscaping is 0. I'm looking at the site plans. There's 2 plans in the agenda, and then there's a revised plan in our added agenda, and frankly, I couldn't see the difference. Can you tell me what revision you made?
And the revisions were purely with coordination with our arborist consultant because of the work that we're doing at the front platform. We needed to remove trees. It's not part of the variances, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys had the most up-to-date plan. We do have an application with Urban Forestry to injure or remove a tree.
Okay, and on the site plan A200, there's a split walkway that goes to the lift and the stairway, and then there's a strip of space between that walkway and the property line. Is that not possible to be planted?
Sorry, which area are we? Is it the area?
If you look at where the tree is, I'm looking at drawing A200, where the tree currently is. It's enclosed in a square. The bottom third of the square is cut off because there's an extension of the sloped walkway. So it appears to be a strip of land adjacent to the wooden fence that could be landscaped.
Yeah, I think so. There we will need a turning circle
Sorry,
because
I
that is
can't-
right
I
in
can't-
front of the.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little clearer? I can't hear you.
Sorry, we will need a turning circle in front of that accessible lift area, so it will be difficult to put in some landscaping just there.
So there is or there isn't space for planting?
No, there's no space. There's no space.
As much as I respect what you're doing and support it, I'm really concerned with providing absolutely no front yard landscaping.
I mean, on the sort of other side of the property line, that whole area there is fully planted either side of the walkway. It would just be on the property side that there would be no landscaping, but right in front and between the property and the sidewalk, there is a lot of landscaping.
Carl? So, I was going to ask the same thing. It looks like on the city boulevard, there's a lot of landscaping. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah.
And the strip.
So that, I mean, the strip that's right in front of.
The strip that I'm talking about, adjacent to where the tree is, you're saying you need that for turning radius. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Yeah, so right in front of where we'll have the new accessible lift, in front of the platform, we'll be required to have a turning circle there. So any planting would affect that turning circle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? All right, do we have a motion? Yes.
Chair, I'm happy to do this one. I think the actual proposed addition is really quite modest and it's for a reasonable purpose. There's no opposition. I don't think it adds any additional concern to the neighbors. And the variances before us are really quite minor. So, and the explanation about front yard landscaping, I think, satisfies us. So I think we're comfortable with this application. I'll move approval. I don't believe.
Metrolinx. I think there's a
Is there a Metrolinx condition or is it a caution?
I don't know. I think they said it was a condition.
Yeah, they did.
Is it a condition? Okay, then subject to Metrolinx condition.
Okay. A seconder, Carl. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so that down the road this decision isn't misunderstood, could we put a note in the minutes that this application was to accommodate handicapped access? Because just on its own, without that, it's going to raise concerns.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can put it in as a for the record.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, 149 Everden Road. Purpose of the application to construct a new 3-story with a mechanical area above, detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a rear walkout basement, and a rear ground level deck. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a staff report from TTC. We have 5 form letters in support, and we have correspondence in opposition from 2 addresses on Everden and 1 on Gloucester Grove, and joint correspondence in opposition from several properties on Everden and some properties on Gloucester Grove. Paul Sertel.
Paul, you've been unmuted. Paul, are you there?
What's the last name?
Sertel.
That's me. Sorry.
Come up to the microphone, please, sir.
Stuck in the traffic around City Hall, sorry. and my associate Paul Rodenberg.
Are you both speaking?
Well, it depends upon what the question is.
Okay, so who's the main speaker?
I'll be the main speaker. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can we have your name and address, sir?
Paul Sertel, 3 Amarn Court, Toronto, M9C2G4.
Okay. So we need a presentation because there is some opposition.
The building itself is a single-family home. It's situated just south of the Allen Expressway off of Eglinton. It's basically a 5-bedroom house, master bedroom and 4 bedrooms for children. It's don't know what else I could say about it. It maximizes the space on the property, obviously, and it is basically what the client has requested in terms of their requirements. And it's also basically in the nature of the development that's going on in that area. Most of the houses are being brought up to a much larger spec, 2 and 3 stories, maximizing their lot. Their family is in that neighborhood, as is their temple. It's the area they wish to be in, it's the neighborhood they wish to be in, and they want to make sure they have the facilities to meet their family demands.
Okay, there was some perhaps we could wait there's some concern about overhangs, et cetera. Perhaps we could wait until we hear from the opposition,
Yes.
and you can address it then. Ryla Sandor and Matt Birnbaum.
Yep. I know I do this. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We need your address and your name and your address, please.
Absolutely. It's Matt Birnbaum and Ryla Sandor, 147 Everden Road, York, Ontario.
All right, you have a combined 5 minutes, so
Fantastic.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. We are not happy with the plan to use the side entrance as their main entrance, but our main concern is the plan to build a 2-foot, 7-inch overhang over the first floor and build out the second and third floors with a 2-foot, 6-inch variance. The space between our houses is tight, and there are no other houses in our area with shared right-of-way that have built into the shared space. Our land transfer document indicates that we have a shared right-of-way between our houses with joint usage rights and the land, and that these areas must be free from any obstructions. The proposed overhang and build of the second and third floors will cause obstructions when we need to do regular maintenance to our house, and especially when we want to build or put an addition on our property. It will make it difficult or impossible to get construction trucks, bins, and other equipment into our backyard. It may also impact the access to the north side of our house for any current or future construction or repairs. By allowing them to build into the shared laneway, you would be setting a scary precedent for our neighborhood. We feel that if this committee is going to grant this variance and allow them to build into the shared laneway, that this committee would have to allow us to do the same things should we desire. However, this would be impossible for us to do given the current ask to build 1 foot from the property line. We ask that you not allow them to build into the shared laneway beyond the current structure of the house, and we thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sertel?
The existing house is typical of that neighborhood in terms of the new development. There is another house directly to the south. I had submitted in 108 Everden, which has the exact same condition, in which they've built over top of the right-of-way. It's not a laneway, it's a right-of-way. And at the moment, that right-of-way is not interfered with on our side, but on the south side, that does have they have built into it with a storage shed and the existing fencing. Right now, we've also made sure that the right-of-way is maintained all the way to the rear, and the access point would be it exceeds the requirements should in the future someone wish to build a backyard suite. it meets it exceeds the fire department requirements in terms of rear access. At 7 feet, you're not going to be getting any major trucks or construction equipment down that area, but it does easily accommodate with a 9'9" clearance any smaller equipment that would be used to do excavation and removals or bringing things in.
When you say 7 feet, you mean 7 feet wide would
It's
not
a 7-foot
accommodate-
right-of-way, 3'6" on either side.
Yeah, would not accommodate a fire truck.
It wouldn't. Plus, there are things sticking out of the buildings. You'd be hard-pressed to get a small car down that with the side view mirrors hitting the walls.
Okay.
At the moment, it isn't used though we do have a garage in our backyard, there's no access to that garage for a vehicle.
So, Larry? You have a
A
question?
couple of questions. First, on the setback, what's the existing, looks like a bungalow there. What is the existing setback?
The existing setback is, I think it's 3'9". We're making it 3'6".
Right, so the bylaw requires 1.2 meters? What was it? 1.2 meters. So it complies right now, and you're proposing...
No, it doesn't comply right now. It's 3'9" at the moment.
Isn't that 1.2 meters?
No, 1.2 meters is 3'11" and a bit.
Oh, so it's 2 inches.
Yeah, and we're...
In effect, it complies.
Yes,
So-
in effect, it complies.
I think what I'm getting at is there's an existing building has a setback which is more or less in conformity with the bylaw. You're proposing a cantilever section which would impose into that setback. Is that
Into the setback above, yes.
right? And secondly, I think we've all had the same question, so I'll ask it. There were some letters of opposition which were particularly concerned with overlook with respect to what looks like what you're calling an HVAC platform.
Yes.
In the top, which frankly I've never seen before in terms of putting air conditioning or HVAC units on a roof of a small residential dwelling. Usually it's in the rear or on the side.
And
it's a little unusual. And I think what people are concerned about, given that it's got stair access, is that it would quite simply be used as a rooftop terrace.
What the client had expressed was, one, they wanted to have an idea about in the future being able to bring in things like solar panels, putting in a green roof, growing things up there, and utilizing the space. The whole idea of putting the mechanical at the top was to get away from the problems of having a mechanical unit on the ground and having that affect the neighbors and having that sound resonate between the buildings.
So you don't think the sound would resonate when it's sitting on top of a building?
Well, how often do you hear the tops of mechanical systems?
I think the concern is, at least from my perspective, is you're asking for relief for that platform. And what you're saying is it might be used for a whole bunch of different things down the road.
At the moment, the mechanical systems
and the
aren't
neighbors, I
determined.
think, are legitimately raising concerns about the use of that terrace. And rooftop terraces have a way of really getting up neighbors' noses because of the overlook concern, noise concerns, and that sort of thing. So I'm just raising it as it's a fairly significant issue that the neighbors have raised concerns about, and it's a little unclear to us, at least me anyways, as to its longer-term use.
Our idea with that was that we were actually taking any of the noise things away from where the neighbors would hear it or see it. It also has to do with the efficiency of the system, where we have a system for the top half of the house, the sleeping half of the house, and a separate system for the lower half, which is the living half. So they're used at different times of the day, and therefore limit the amount of noise that's generated at any point in the day rather than all the stuff down below.
I get the rationale.
And then building it in, putting it more or less inside in the mechanical room so that it's not outside to generate noise for the neighborhood at all.
Yet there's a platform up there to get access, I presume to get access.
For solar heating for solar water heating and for electric panels. The front of the half we left aesthetically like a residential roof, and the back part we made flat for this purposes, so that it's again out of view of the neighborhood.
So how do you access it?
The stairwell does go all the way up through the house, and there is an exit. You can see it on the south side. The mechanical room is to the north side of the piece, and the access is on the south part on the roof there.
I asked you because, contrary to what Mr. Clay says, I had the house with the air conditioning on the roof, but we had to climb out the attic window to get to it, which was a nightmare.
That's exactly what we're avoiding. We don't want a nightmare. We want to keep it quiet inside as much as possible and away from the neighbors, and that was the intent here.
Yes, Carl?
Do I understand from your answer then that the mechanical equipment is going to be, if we could get, that drawing, it's the mechanical equipment is in the room?
Predominantly so.
Yes, the interior.
Predominantly, or
Needless to say, the solar collector stuff could not be there.
the solar collectors aren't there now, though?
Right.
No, there's no.
Okay, and Mr. the architect, sorry, you mentioned it was possibly for growing things, which is a deck. That's the kind of concern that communities normally have. That means there are people up there and there's a loss of privacy. As I understand.
In terms of loss of privacy.
Because there are people on the deck overlooking other properties.
No more so than if they're looking out the window of the third floor.
I'm not sure that I would agree with you on that. Your proposal has a plexiglass or a frosted glass railing, is that correct?
On the side facing the rear, yes.
Yes. Are you well, no, you don't. It seems to me that if this were approved, there would need to be a condition that the mechanical equipment is to be contained within that mechanical room. And I agree with Mr. Clay that the public have already said they're concerned with this deck for privacy concerns. You may not agree with them, but they are concerned. I think that's a legitimate concern because it's a big deck. It's a very large deck. And looking ahead, if you didn't put solar panels and you decided to have a monstrous big party, that's a pretty big deck for a big party and a lot of noise. And I think that that's the concern we're hearing from the public. So at this point, I'm not at all encouraged to support the deck.
Can I just understand? I'm a little confused. You said that the HVAC system is going to be contained within a room.
Yeah.
The interior parts of the HVAC system would be just like a regular house has. Like your HVAC system has an interior section and an exterior section. Right. And the exterior sections would be on the roof.
So the compressor, for example.
Yeah, the compressor, the things that require exterior positioning.
Right. So that's what's on top of this terrace, this deck.
Right.
Is the
depending on what the final system is and the extent of that mechanical system. We're exploring a variety of systems, and some of them require solar energy, battery storage, whatever else would go with that, versus there are a lot of different things could end up there, but primarily it would be parts of the HVAC system that are providing the heat exchange for the system.
Okay.
Does that require a platform of 29.46 square meters?
For the solar collectors, possibly. For that particular piece, no.
But so how much would it require? Including
when you talk about solar collectors, it's not a matter of require. It's the more you put there, the more efficiency you can get. But we chose to not put it on the front because we didn't want that to be what's seen from the front of the house. So we put it all on the back half.
And obviously, as you said, accessing a solar panel or anything else for servicing, cleaning, whatever, if you have to crawl out a window and balance yourself on a sloped roof, it's not, it's going to require a whole other system of cable stays, et cetera, for safety reasons.
So is the size of the platform required for the purpose of the equipment that's going to be up there and servicing it? Or is there an area there that's just going to be for recreational purposes or possibly for green roof or something and would have some oversight possibilities?
If you're asking if it's going to be occupied, if someone's up there tending the garden, yes, it'll be occupied. If someone's, if they've made themselves a nice space in the garden, yes, I would imagine they'd be up there. I don't think the intent is that it's going to be used, as a party platform. It's, I don't think in the nature of the family to utilize it that way.
Right. So is there privacy walls there or can they be put in?
Well, there's privacy walls on the north and south sides facing the neighbors.
With respect to the south side, you commented on the plexiglass at the back, on the east side. If you go back to that elevation, the idea there was that if we went up with the same walls we have coming down the side, it would be much more imposing. This sort of cuts down the profile from the east.
So if you put another wall in, that would be on the front of the building and make the building more imposing?
No, that would be on the rear of the building.
This is on the rear.
What they're doing is saying if you put a wall, it would just have more impact on the neighbors if they put a privacy wall up there, right?
Okay, Carl?
Is it possible to try and find a solution to these two disparate points of view? Is it possible that the amount of deck space that you need to accommodate the outdoor portions of the mechanical system and servicing, is it possible that it could be if you look at what you've got as the equipment deck, that it be an internal portion of that deck, and could the sloped roof extend around it, which would make it contained within the roof form and smaller than what you've got here? Is that a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility.
It seems to me that would begin to address privacy issues. It would still allow you some servicing and some equipment on the roof, and it might address the concerns that people have about overlook.
If you could give us a moment to discuss this? It is not unreasonable to put a
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. The back so bigly instead of having the bicycle.
Which scares me.
Because I think that's
Time for one of us to leave.
Yeah. Okay, I'll volunteer. See, I think possibly that in the roof form and that outdoors would work.
Yeah, I think the main thing you don't want it being used for.
I think it would, if the concern is the overlook, I don't think there's any problem in terms of extending the roof around. There will be some aspects of drainage that we're going to have to deal with that will require getting that water to the rear of the building, which means there will be at some point a channel, because if our equipment's down below the height of the roof, we've got to get that water out. And we wanted to bring it through to the back for collection. But we don't see any problem with extending that roof.
We could, as what we were just saying is, we could put a piece of peaked roof at the back of the house, just as we have at the front of the house, and move that plexiglass piece off the facade of the back of the house, if that's your preference.
Then that would reduce the size. The issue that we'd need to know about today is it would reduce the size of the deck.
Well, that would by definition reduce the size of the deck.
Yeah.
So we're making a small piece of peaked roof at the back. We've changed the visuals a little bit, but we move that overlook off the back surface of the house.
So how would it affect the variance number 4? Your area for the fourth-story deck would be approximately, if you can you give us a number?
It's really hard to give you a number off the top of my head. I don't know. I just don't know.
The other question we have is that we still have to consult with the mechanical in terms of developing the entire system for the house. And there's going to be a balance between, with the engineers, whether or not they're going to, whether they would like to have more space for solar panels and access, et cetera, versus, so.
Would you like a deferral to consult and come back with a revised plan? I don't know what's in the minds of the panel members, except Mr. Nepfeld, who's expressed his concern about overlook possibilities. It may be that you're not going to be successful today because of the overlook possibilities, which you see can be overcome, but you may need a deferral to do it.
If we can tell you that we will move that overlook off the back of the house, bring it back minimally 3 or 4 feet, does that satisfy?
Well, I think what we'd need is the calculation of what the size of your deck would be reduced to. One option, Chair, is we could stand it down for a little time today. If you need like an hour to...
I think they have to consult with...
Yeah, we'd have to consult with the engineer. I guess the question is this the only issue that we're dealing with at the moment, or are there other issues that we should also go through so that if we're going to get a deferral, if there's some other item that we need to deal with, can we deal with it as well? Are there any other issues that are of concern?
Here once.
Yeah, so here, go ahead. Perhaps Mr. Payet.
Thank you, folks, for being here. When I first saw this application, the first thing that struck me, of course, it's a the purpose of the application talks about a 3-story home.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you get to variance number 4, it's a 4-story home. It basically says 4th-story deck. The deck and the deck size on the 4th story presents for me a concern, as it does, I believe, for a number of people in the neighborhood who objected to the proposal. I certainly have difficulty with variance number 4 as it stands. And I think our chair's suggestion that perhaps you consider a deferral, because that's the primary piece that for me is problematic. I mean, I did have another question with regard to, I believe it's variance number 8, but that's to do with soft landscaping. And I would have just asked you to elaborate on it. Is it an existing issue? Is it something that can be rectified? But the primary concern I have is with variance number 4. So partly to answer your question, are there other issues? Not as much as number 4.
So
number 4
here,
Allow me
here,
a minute, I'll be back in 1 minute.
all right, so here, what is your concern with number 4? I mean, Carl has expressed a concern about the size and overlook, and you seem to be talking about 4 stories or something.
Well, I think part of it is that maybe the wording has to change in terms of, is it the 4th story, 4 stories or 3 stories? The deck itself, it's all well and good to say in the future we may put in solar panels. Who knows what the future holds?
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
Planning on the basis of in the event of, the house may be sold after 2-3 years, who knows? So I think to suggest that we're creating a platform specifically for solar panels in the future, it really doesn't give me a reason to approve it. I think from the perspective of your neighbors, the neighbors, would be that there's a 4th-story deck, and it's pretty substantial.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that becomes an issue.
So I just consulted with our client who was building the house, and if this is the concern, we thought that this was environmentally sensitive and this was an appropriate way to deal with the roof of the house. But if it's your preference, we will just get rid of the deck and we'll put a peak roof, the same as in the front, right through to the back of the house. And we will eliminate the plexiglass, eliminate any overlook, because there will be nobody on the roof at all. It just also eliminates our possibility of putting solar heating and solar collectors on the roof. But if that's what your preference is, we will do that.
So the mechanical room would go as well?
No, the mechanical room would stay.
Would stay, but we can't get, we're not going outside. We're not going onto the roof.
Okay, but earlier I thought you were concerned about the...
So the would
You're okay with the size of it?
With the mechanical room, what will probably end up happening is that the condenser will end up on the roof of the mechanical room.
No, it can't end up on the wall of it.
No, it could be on the
On the
wall.
wall of it.
So you're eliminating variants 3 and 4 is what you're saying?
If that's your preference, we will. We would prefer to have the solar collectors. We'd prefer to have the option of solar water heating and such. And that's best on the flat roof. But if you prefer not, we will eliminate it.
Thank you.
It seemed to me that was an elegant solution, though.
Could we possibly consider the option of a small surface there, let's say a quarter of that space or something to that effect, around the mechanical room? Just
You mean in variance number 4?
if you prefer not, we'll drop the whole thing. But if we could have a flat area towards the middle, not towards the back, no overlook at all, that would be wonderful to have, so that we continue with the environmental stuff. But if you prefer not, we'll drop it completely.
For my part, I think collectively our concern was the misuse, potential misuse of this platform as opposed to what you're proposing. So it is a reasonable solution for bringing in environmentally sensitive ways of providing energy. If you want to reduce it, I think that would make the panel feel a little bit more comfortable.
Could you give us a size that you would prefer?
Well, again, it's your call, right? What makes sense for you? I mean, you're allowed 4 square meters by the bylaw. Is that something that is satisfactory, or is that too small?
I don't think the bylaw was written with the various environmental concerns that we have nowadays in mind, but so it would be, we did it the size we did it because that makes sense. Solar collectors tend to be large. If you would prefer that again, whatever you prefer, we're willing to eliminate it completely if that's your preference. If you will allow us to have half the space or a quarter of the space, whatever space you give us, we will try to use as well as possible. I promise you that the intent was not to have parties on the roof.
Fair enough, but Zeher's point's right. I mean, that's the current owners, but it, could be sold, and who knows what's going to happen.
I hear you.
So you're looking at roughly 30 square meters, right, is what you're asking for?
Basically, it was the area behind the mechanical room.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what is reasonable to provide solar power. You mentioned half. Guys, I don't know whether that's something that seems reasonable or not. I mean, we're playing a bit of a guessing game here, right?
If I may, I think the problem that you're presenting us is to try and figure out an answer for your problem.
Well, what we're asking is, what would you approve?
Bear with me a moment. Solar panels can always be put on after. I mean, there are lots of retrofit that you see, and in fact, most of it is retrofitted these days. My suggestion might be that I know deferral may sound like a problem, but at least you'll come back with something very clean and acceptable, so that we can actually see the drawings, your neighbors could see it, and perhaps you may have no opposition. In fact, you may have somebody else wanting solar panels as well, because I do believe that's a good thing to do. But you don't need a gigantic platform for solar panels. Solar panels can be stuck on in a variety of ways. But certainly you're asking me, and I'm not speaking on behalf of my colleagues, what size should this platform be? I can't tell you.
The other thing is
that I can't.
The approach that you suggested as well was that you wouldn't actually extend it to the rear wall, but that you provide around 4 feet of a sloped roof, the extension of the sloped roof. Those are all enhancing, mitigating factors that I think would sell your proposal personally. And you might actually have more space with that solution than just picking a number out of the sky. So I'm inclined to agree with Zahir that you've heard where we stand on it, and I think a deferral, we all sound like we're all on the same wavelength, and I think a deferral might serve you well.
We would generally prefer, if possible, if you prefer it, we'll just eliminate the roof completely, eliminate the roof deck completely, and not do the deferral.
I appreciate that a deferral, your clients, I'm sure, arranged money to do this renovation, et cetera. It's costing, the longer it delay, the more money it costs them, et cetera. And he wants to get ahead, and I appreciate that. And I also think, as I said before, this is an elegant solution for mechanics to put it on the roof. So if you think you can do it and reduce the variance number 4 to something in the range of 15 square meters, like you suggested, then, and you can still do the mechanical roof, et cetera, and avoid overlook. I don't know whether that's a real issue. Some of my colleagues think it is.
Our intent was really to be considerate of the neighborhood, considerate of the neighbors. That's why we put it there, and that's, you know, it was one of the guidelines for many of the decisions. If they prefer not, you know, if you would like to approve and say, okay, 50%, half that, we'll be happy. If you don't prefer that, then we'll just eliminate it completely. Because of all the factors that you're mentioning, that we would like to move ahead.
So are you in favor of reducing variance number 4 to 15 square meters?
We would be that would be acceptable.
Yes.
Chair, would you, I mean, one of the conditions, if the panel were to accept that, would be that there be no recreational use on that terrace.
That's fine. That wasn't the intent, so that's.
No, I think that would give the neighbors a little bit of comfort.
And how would you word a condition about the extended roof, that the east edge of the top floor is to have a sloped roof for a distance of, that's the other solution that we don't have in here. That I think.
I mean, we could say, you know, set any flat surface 400 back, or sorry, 1,200 back from the edge, so you'd have a 4-foot space back from the edge all the way around, so that 15 meters was set.
Getting complicated.
Back in.
It's getting complicated.
I'm just
Through
saying that
you,
way there'd
Mr.
be no
Chair.
overlook, because you'd be, you know, 4 feet away from an edge, and you wouldn't be able to look down on anyone.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we need to move on with this item. And again, you know, I think if we had revised plans showing the proposal, and if you were inclined to approve the application and tie the plans to those, or the approval to that elevation plan, it's getting a little bit tricky here, especially with the building division, to better understand what that condition is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting too complicated.
Yeah.
So what are our options?
A deferral.
And a deferral would require what? That we, an entire whole redoing of the process, or just us revising the specific area and resubmitting?
Yes. Just the second one.
Just the second?
When, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, when do you think they could come back with a deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, currently we're scheduling for November the 22nd. If we can receive revised plans by the end of this week, then I'm certain we could put them back on to the November 22nd hearing.
For everyone's benefit, that's clear, what you're proposing.
Yeah, I think that's the best solution. Can you do it with?
We can do that. I'm just inclined to just.
There are other options.
Proof on the whole thing and just forget the deck.
And the other option is to say no deck at all, and we can get approval, or is it still going to have to be revised plans in some case?
The second option would be you requesting us to remove 2 variances. The variances related to the deck, and then that could be, that's basically a revised application before us.
And that would have to go through the whole process?
No, we
do
can
that
approve
today.
that today.
So it's your call, basically.
I think we go for the second option. Just 4 meters and 4 meter deck beside that, and that's all, which is no variance. So I think that we would just go for the second option and finish with it today. And I would simply ask, does that allow us still a 4-meter area beside the mechanical room that we could have flat, or would you prefer not?
Yes, because that's in the court as of right.
Okay, then,
So you're withdrawing variances numbers 3 and 4?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the variances are up on the screen there. So can we just get confirmation that variances 3 and 4 are being
Blow them up a
deleted?
little bit more? Just, thank you.
3 includes the rear garage.
Okay, the maximum area is 4.
Mr. Chairman, the number 3, they can't remove it all completely, only portion of it.
Yes.
Only the section dealing with the 4th floor deck. The other part you still want, so we need to leave it in.
Yes.
Okay, so that portion of variance number 3 and variance number 4 will be withdrawn.
So the rear ground floor, which is highlighted at the moment, will stay.
Yes.
Right.
But the 4th-story deck platform will be eliminated.
Yes.
that's fine.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, panel, do we have a motion? Carl?
I move approval of the application without condition.
As amended?
Amended application, pardon. Yeah, after all that, yeah.
I'll second that, Chair.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Number 4, 459 Harvey Avenue. The purpose of this application is to legalize and to maintain the 1-story detached ancillary building, a garage, in the rear yard that was constructed without an authorized building permit. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from planning. Michaela Silva.
Michaela?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Hello?
Hello. Yes, can we have your
Hello.
name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Michaela Silva from MSM Designs at 31 Lacey Avenue, and I'm the agent and designer for this application.
Okay, do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
I just wanted to say that variance number 3, which is the variance that we have made some changes, we've made an improvement. We originally asked for a soft landscaping area of 12.32%, which is 16.39 square meters, and have increased this to 14.85%, which is 19.74 square meters. We've also proposed to plant a tree in the rear yard and propose permeable pavers on the ground paved patio. And these were some of the recommendations from city planning, and that's why we've come to this improvement. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, did you get those figures?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we didn't.
Yeah. Perhaps you could tell us, variance number 3, it's 12.32%, 16.39 square meters in the application. Please give us the figures again.
Okay, so the new figures are 14.85%, which translates to 19.74 square meters.
All right, and you also are proposing or agreeing to plant a tree?
That's correct.
Anything else?
And just permeable pavers on the ground paved patio.
On the where?
Right here.
On the patio, the paved patio. So these were recommendations from the city staff. They fell on the staff report, so we have no objections to their recommendations.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, just a quick question. So you've built your client has built the garage without a permit. Was that a rebuild? Was there a garage there previously?
There is a really tiny, single one-car garage, which is probably undersized right now, which he plans on removing. And the reason why he built this big garage was just so that he could, park his truck, and store some of the building materials because he's in the construction field. And so he needed a bigger garage, but, he's regretful that he did this without building permits because now the fees everything is doubled, right? So I believe he's learned his lesson.
So he's in the construction business and he built without a permit?
That's correct. Yes, he did, yes.
Well, not too sure the excuse of I didn't know about it is a particularly good one, but the other question I have is the area that you're proposing for permeable paver, it's 26 meters squared, is that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and the existing driveway is asphalt?
Concrete.
Yes, it is.
Is concrete or asphalt?
It's asphalt.
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 Concrete beside it.
Okay.
Yeah, when I saw that drawing, I thought you should move the permeable paving to the driveway and do soft landscaping where the permeable paving is. But I don't know if that's possible.
We actually have a wood deck there, right, that has access to that patio. So if they want to put, a table with chairs, they would, it would be right off of the wood deck. That's why they did it this way.
Okay, all right, panel, any further questions? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, regardless of the planning department's negotiations on this, I don't think this is acceptable. The problem is the large garage. The percentage of soft landscaping is just not acceptable. And I'm not prepared to support the application.
Okay, any further say here?
Thank you, Chair. I think I was Mr. Nichols kind of stolen some of my comments here.
He does every time. That's
I found that the lot coverage, for example, is excessive. And to Mr. Clay's point, if you've got somebody who's in construction and they built something that they should have known better, it is problematic. The site plan also talks about a proposed asphalt driveway. So there's no thinking. I seem to feel that there's some absence of thought about what should be the right thing to do. I have difficulty legalizing something that is rather problematic. And the variance number 3, I think, is problematic for me as well. So I'm not sure if this is a proposal application that I can support.
Chair, just as a suggestion, would the applicant be willing to replace the proposed asphalt driveway with permeable pavers? And is there an opportunity to introduce more soft landscaping as an alternative to where you're proposing permeable pavers? Basically, your backyard is entirely paved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, essentially, that was the intention of the owner. But since I see that this is a big problem, I mean, we can always, increase the soft landscape, which I'm pretty sure, it's something that he'll have to do. He'll have no choice at this point. So we are prepared to install permeable pavers where the proposed asphalt driveway is. So that entire rear yard area, where it will be paved will be permeable pavers. And we can increase the soft landscaping. So we said 1485. How would you feel about if I proposed a 25% of landscaping at the back, of soft landscaping in the back?
Well, you're asking us to negotiate something. So what are you proposing? What's your best proposal?
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we get to that, we do have someone in the audience that wants to speak on this application. Benjamin? Okay, can you please come to the podium?
Good morning to the committee. My name is Benjamin Clare. I live at 17 Kitchen Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. I'm north of the property that he's doing that. He's getting he got too close to my line. He got 17 inches to my line, property line. Plus it's all concrete. And he was trying to cheat the city. Also, I'd like you guys to take in consideration because he was doing without permit because our street, Harvey and Kitchener is having construction. And also I heard through the grapevine that he was trying to do a workshop to do some cabinets, frames, because he's a carpenter. So I would like you, all of you gentlemen, to take this in consideration, and also why he got so close to my property. And he came, the property is supposed to be 40, right, by law. It's already 13 meters, almost 14 meters more on the garage. The garage looks huge. It's almost touching the other fence and my fence. Right? So I have a really bad view when I look at my backyard down to his backyard. The only thing I'm really also upset is that he thought I called the city. I didn't call. It was somebody else, some other neighbors. But I'm here presented because he confronted me saying, why do I call the city? So what I'm saying, he didn't confront me that way, but by almost blaming me. Even he's going to be charged. The police is charging him because he put nails in front of my driveway, thinking that I the one who called the city. So I hope you guys really, I hope you gentlemen really take a position on this that opposite to him not to do that, because he thinks they can do anything that he wants. So I hope you take this into your hearts and don't let it go further, and it has to do by law what it's supposed to do. That's why Toronto City has a law. I live here since I was 17 years old. I never did nothing against the law. So I like that you guys to really take this into consideration, not to let him build that garage and to do soft land, because his backyard is all cement, is all concrete.
All right, we understand that, sir.
So please do.
I wanted to ask you, you said that they built the garage too close to your lot?
Yeah, to my line.
But there's no variance for a...
I believe it was 2 feet, no?
Well, I don't know what he's entitled to or is required to have as a setback on your side, but there's no variance for a
How close can he come to my line?
So I mean, what we're talking about is an oversized garage and lack of soft landscaping.
I apologize.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that you're wrong. I just said there's no variance for that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the committee. You'll have a beautiful...
Just a quick question. Do you, this is obviously, the garage is in your backyard. You can see it from your house. So what was there before?
Nothing. It was soft land.
Oh, so there was no garage there before?
There was no garage.
I thought I heard the applicant...
What it is, the garage is that design that you see, that small garage. In the back from there was soft land.
I thought I heard the applicant say that there was a one-car garage there.
No, it is a one-car garage in the front of the big garage. No.
Oh, so there's a smaller garage there.
They're gonna put down. I believe they're gonna tear it down.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you so much, and sorry about your time.
Thank you. Michaela, do you have some reply?
I'm not sure. Is this the neighbor at 11 Kitchener Avenue? You said it was north of our subject property. You didn't really mention where the address, did he?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's 17 Kitchener Avenue.
Oh, 17, I see, okay. All right, okay, I see 17, yeah, he has a garage there as well. Okay, so in terms of like how close this garage was built to his property, I mean, we're not asking for variance like rear yard, side yard variance. So this garage, as built, is was built as of right in terms of the setbacks. I believe the setback for this zoning is 0.3 meters. And, in some instances, we have, 0.44 meters. So, we're slightly over what the minimum side yard setbacks and rear yard setbacks are. Excuse me. So, and I do understand, that you mentioned, it's all paved in the back. But, I'm trying to, work, trying to propose something else so that, that appeases the neighbor, to show that, we're, not only trying to plant a tree and, introduce some permeable pavers, but we're also willing to increase the soft landscaping in the rear yard.
Okay, thank you.
So I am, yeah, okay.
Panel, do you have any further questions or comments? Do we have a motion to hear?
Just a quick question of the applicant. I take it this is a relatively new home? Just looking at the Google Street View, the house looks like it's a relatively new home. It's the one with an overhang over the shared driveway. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yes, it was a renovation. Yeah, they added a second floor and a rear. I believe it was a rear addition as well on the main floor, and they pretty much redid the exterior, but it was a renovation.
And from the same image that I'm looking at, there is a small garage, which would have been a single-car garage, presumably, as of right in the past.
That's correct.
That's the one that's been demolished now, and a new one's taken its place.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So just to tell you what my thinking is, when I look at this image, the front yard is completely hardscaped. You are now proposing lot coverage that far exceeds what's allowed from 10% to 17%. I somehow just find that I don't think I can support this. It's wonderful to come along and say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. But this was a pretty substantial mistake. So it's one that I don't believe I will be able to support. If Chair's willing.
Yeah, make a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to move, Chair, to refuse this application as it stands.
All right, seconder, Carl. All in favor of a refusal? Your application's refused, thank you.
And that would have been as amended, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, because the applicant did amend variance number 3. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 3, I moved without condition. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. There was a TTC condition that I missed. Sorry, you pointed it out. Can we add it now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we can't.
Oh.
Because we've,
I'm not sure the TTC is a condition anyhow.
it could just be an advisory comment.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, as long as,
I mean, I wrote it down, yeah.
I had it down as just a point, but Zahir had suggested it was a condition.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, next is number 539 Montrose Avenue. The purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front one-story addition, a rear second-story addition. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Gabe Ferrone.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have 2 speakers here in person. So we'll move to the applicant first, and then we'll hear from the 2 speakers. And I believe it's Sal that's on the line.
Correct. Good morning.
All right, just, so what's your name, sir?
My name is Salvatore Crimi. Address is 572 Eglinton Avenue West. Good morning to the committee and committee of adjustment staff.
So are you representing the owner?
I am, and sorry if there's confusion. Of course, sent into the technical advising as such. Apologies if it didn't make it clear.
Sorry, Sal, you're cutting in and out. Can you please say that again?
Sabrina, is that better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, I think there was just some feedback. So I'll start again completely. Name is Salvatore Crimi. Address is 2572 Eglinton Avenue West. Correspondence was sent in to the application technician via email, advising that I would be presenting this application, and apologies if that didn't make it into the committee's agenda material.
Okay, so, and we have some opposition here, Madam Deputy Secretary.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have two speakers here in opposition.
Okay, so Salvatore, please go ahead with your presentation.
So before you is a modest proposal to minimally increase essentially the FSI of the building by constructing a one-story front addition, which would serve as an entrance vestibule. And that would extend to the furthest extent of the porches on both the north and south neighbors. So we're not going to be going any further out than existing built form along the front facade of Montrose Avenue. And further, there's going to be a second-story rear addition of roughly 6 feet in distance out, and that's just an infill where there currently is not a second story. So building upon existing foundations. And one thing that stood out to me, which I'm assuming stands out to both the committee members and potentially neighbors, is the rear yard soft landscaping variance. And what we did to try and help that when I did join the team in presenting this was advise the neighbors that we need to make some improvements. As such, you're going to see a revised site plan before you where we incorporated both a planting bed, a planter box, at the rear of what would be the new rear main wall, and then also modified the existing interlocking brick pavers, which are presently existing. We modified a portion of them to permeable. I'll be honest, the one thing that I think we should probably do, because most likely they're going to come out anyways, is the portion that is existing interlocking brick, which has an area of 10.4 square meters, should be revised to permeable pavers. So that whole rear yard area from the east of the rear main wall towards the existing vinyl siding garage, that should all be permeable pavers, and that would assist, as you know, with the retention of water on site rather than putting any concern to the neighbors.
All right, how much
Did the committee have any questions?
Yeah, how much soft landscaping? Because the permeable pavers, we're happy you're doing that, but they don't count as soft landscaping. So if you could tell us.
No, they don't.
If you could tell us how
The
much.
variance wouldn't change. It would still be maintained at what the proposed is of 1.8 square meters, but we know that it would help greatly in facilitating stormwater management.
So we presently have variance number 4 says 0% of the rear yard will be maintained as soft landscaping. Are you changing that?
Oh, so that's incorrect. There should be a revised notice and a revised variance. The revised notice has a date of October the 2nd.
All right, what's the percentage of soft landscaping?
3.31%, which equates to 1.8 square meters. All other variances remain unchanged.
Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had an issue like this at a hearing previously, and I'm sorry to be so detailed, but the way in which the planter box was installed determined whether or not it was soft landscaping. Is the planter box sitting on paving? Or is it?
No.
Or is there a planter box that you could dig straight down into the ground?
Yeah, and just logically thinking about how it would have to be, because there's only going to be interlocking where the current footprint of the planter box is going, and you're going to be able to dig straight down. It's going to be clear earth underneath of it.
So that's the planter box is the reason you've got 3.13% soft landscaping. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. 3.31.
And
not actually.
Is there some reason why the vinyl garage at the back, we don't have a floor plan for that, but is there a doorway to get into the back of the garage or to get out from the back of the garage?
Yeah, there's a laneway, so I'm assuming there's going to be a rear door where concrete.
So do you need, in fact, paving all the way across the back of the garage, or could a portion of that also be soft landscaping? I don't really want to negotiate numbers with you, but it seems to me that you could do better than what you've proposed.
Well, think of the current, through you, Mr. Chair, the current condition is full concrete up to existing interlock brick. And for usability of that garage, accessing it, replacing the interlock brick with permeable pavers is what they wanted to achieve. It's hard to say, do you not need it? It's the current condition of the house. The neighbors are used to it. And it's the current condition of the neighborhood existing with the house to the south of them as well.
But it doesn't meet the bylaw.
No, it's today's standards.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Yes, here.
Yeah, Agent, if I may just ask a question. I'm looking at your site plan, A0.
Why does this?
So, can you give me an idea of I assume there's access to the garage from the backyard.
That's what I was talking.
Where would the garage entrance be?
It is going to be to the south end of the front facade.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the site plan, apart from north-south, because I can't quite tell the direction from.
Is it left
I
or
see,
right?
that's the north side. So the south side. On the south edge?
The south edge of the front facade.
Okay.
So what would be shared with the south lot line? Like the door would be towards the south lot line.
So where you've got the lettering that says new permeable pavers, that entire strip doesn't need to be paved, presumably.
That's what I was trying to get. That's what I was trying to state as well.
And I think, as Ms. Nipfel says, that's his point as well. You're going to put some permeable paving so that there's access to the garage walkway. But the space between the existing interlocking brick and the garage, does it have to be paved? Can you not turn that into soft landscaping?
Would we be able to stand the item down? Can I confirm with the owners and I'll get an accurate area as well? Because potentially what we can do is maybe eliminate the planter box and just extend the planter box as soft landscaping all the way down to the garage, and I can get an accurate area for that as well.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Sorry,
okay, thank you.
If I may just quickly, does that involve eliminating the existing interlocking brick space that you're looking at?
Yeah, regardless, we're gonna, regardless, we're gonna eliminate the existing interlock brick. What I proposed was to change that to permeable pavers. Does the committee see that as a solution?
Well, it's better
Or
as
do we
soft
want to see?
landscaping.
Because we can plant, you can plant grass and.
When I was speaking earlier, I was misunderstood. I was proposing exactly what Zaire is suggesting. That strip of new permeable pavers that's along the back of the garage, the only area there that appears to need paving is to provide access to the man door into the garage, which it looks as though you could install a fair strip of landscaping along the back wall of the garage. And that's exactly what Zaire was saying as well. That would raise your soft landscaping percentage.
Yeah, so basically we're talking about, well, one thing I want to confirm as well through you, Mr. Chair, is in fact what my assumption is that the door is on the south side of that front facade. If it is, yes, we can delete that strip that is in line with the existing interlocking brick per the site plan and change it.
All right, Salvatore, we're going to hold it down. We'll come back to you in a little while. If you can get us new numbers for variance number 4.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Number 6.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can probably deal with items 6 and 7. So 150 and 152 Brunswick Avenue together.
Yeah, okay. Numbers 6 and 7, 150 and 152 Brunswick Avenue. The purpose of these applications to convert the existing two-story semi-detached dwellings into a three-story triplex by constructing a complete third-story addition, a rear three-story addition, a rear ground floor deck, as well as a rear second and third-story balconies. The existing rear detached garage abutting the laneway will be demolished. Yeah, I think they're both the same. So with these applications, we have material submitted by the applicant and email correspondence from Transportation Services and a report from Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we do have one speaker in interest. Perhaps we could maybe call on Lyndon to see if they want to speak for both applications.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Gill.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Lyndon is the property owner.
Oh,
so
okay.
He will not need to make any presentation. I am speaking here on behalf of the owner.
Okay,
So
perfect.
you're
Thank you.
David Engelman?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so let's just have your address.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. David Eagleman, Senior Planner, here on behalf of the owner, 900 the East Mall, Suite 300, in Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, so there's no other speakers here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think on that basis, unless the committee would like me to, I don't think a full presentation is required. I will just note that the email correspondence that was provided to committee staff from Transportation essentially just retracts the one condition that they did recommend in their previously issued report for these applications. So Transportation is no longer recommending a condition of approval.
Can you just give us a little background as to what happened there with Transportation? Like, they originally had concerns, now they don't. What did you do to address those concerns?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, they didn't have any concerns. They just, because we are removing the garages in the rear yard, they wanted the two parking spaces which are currently provided in the rear detached garages to be maintained on site for a certain period of time. However, after further consultation with them, they advised that, as the committee may be aware, the city no longer requires minimum parking for most residential development in the city, and so Transportation is satisfied with no parking provided. We do intend on, even though we are removing the detached garages in the rear yards, we do intend to maintain parking for a limited period of time, but ultimately we would like to provide no parking on site, and we are requesting a variance to that effect. And Transportation is satisfied with that. They do not require us to provide parking, and they're satisfied with providing zero parking. And lastly, I'll note that the subject properties have very good access to transit. There's a bus route on Harvard. There's access to Bloor for the subway system, and streetcars on Bathurst and Spadina. So there is great access to transit here.
Okay, so your variances don't change. Number one stays as is, the parking spaces located will be removed, period. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. All right, so we consider the application as stated. Yes, here.
Just a quick question, if I may. I was intrigued. By the way, I'm glad that the privacy screens are in place without having to be addressed. The removal of the garages, you mentioned that presumably there's a concrete pad at the moment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would think so. Perhaps I can consult with the owner here. Is there concrete pads? Yes, there are concrete pads under the driveways.
So my question basically was, you're removing the garages, great. What takes its place?
Well,
Landscaping, I hope?
yes, for now, they will be, well, they will be maintained as sod. They will be used for construction staging and potentially parking for construction vehicles and other things to assist with the construction. But yes, eventually they will be sodded.
Would you be okay with a condition that would then say that once garages have been removed, that they be replaced with soft landscaping?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't necessarily, I wouldn't want that condition imposed because potentially there would be an opportunity to also provide laneway suites on these properties. They are abutting a laneway, and potentially laneway suites could be built as of right. And in that vein, I wouldn't want the approval of these applications to be tied to anything related to maintaining something in the rear yard. And that is specifically why I did consult with transportation and asked them if they could retract their recommended condition, which they agreed to. And so I wouldn't want any condition imposed on these applications stating that we maintain that space as landscaping.
There's no variance for soft landscaping, so there's sufficient landscaping. Okay, so I think we are in a position to have a motion. Mr. Larry?
Thanks, Chair. I understand the issue, and the variances before us are actually quite minor. And it looks like the plans for the two properties are consistent with what's elsewhere in the neighborhood, and your explanation of what's happening in the rear makes sense. I think this is a supportable application. Chair, do you want to do both at the same time?
Yes.
Then I will move approval of application number 6 and number 7, 150 and 152 Brunswick Avenue. There are no conditions.
Would you consider a
Hiding
friendly
the
amendment? There's privacy screening and it's shown on the elevation drawing, so the privacy screen is as shown on the drawings.
Okay, then tie it to the elevations.
All right,
Was there an
second.
amendment to this one, Chair?
Pardon?
Was there an amendment to this particular?
No.
No changes?
No.
No, the only change was the removal of the transportation.
Great, thank you.
I'm happy to second that.
Yeah, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. Have a great day.
And number 8, 1118 Dufferin Street. The purpose of this application to construct a new two-story ancillary building containing 2 garden suites in the rear yard. The existing two-story semi-detached dwelling with 3 dwelling units will be maintained. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a staff report from planning, and we have 2 form letters in support.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've received a late request from the applicant, and we'll put them on the line, that they're requesting deferral. But we do have, I believe, 3 people here in person that wish to speak on this application.
Okay. Let's, Jennifer Buckland.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
All right, you want to do, could we have your name and your address, please?
Yep, my name is Jennifer Buckland, and my home address is 16 Neepawa Avenue.
All right, and
Toronto.
you want a deferral?
Yes, I do, please.
All right, tell us why.
Because, well, we originally, when we had designed the building, we kind of thought it would suit the area, the density and everything. But just yesterday, we got the feedback from the planning department for the first time that they weren't supporting it for various reasons. They felt it was too big. And so we are reworking it to eliminate as many variances as possible, if not all of them.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Carl?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the planning department's concern is broader than that. Basically, if I understood it, they're recommending refusal of the development as it fails to meet the intent of the garden suite policies, and my understanding is it's because there's 2 suites rather than 1. I don't see a deferral and making minor changes is going to alter that condition of the planning department. So I'd just like to raise that now. I'm not sure deferral is the appropriate action here.
Well, if I may, we're actually going to reduce it to just 1 suite. 1 unit.
Okay, so that's a substantial change. Okay.
All right, thank you. Who is here? Falzao, are you here?
I will be speaking on behalf of Mr. Fei Zhao and Ms. Qiu Lei Liang.
Okay.
Can you speak up a little bit,
So
please?
can we have your name and your address and who you're speaking on behalf of?
Yes, it's Claire, and the address is 99 Rusted Avenue.
Just a minute. What's your name?
It's Claire.
Claire what?
Claire Chen.
Okay, that's fine. And your address?
It's 99 Rusted Avenue, Toronto, M6H3M4.
Okay, and you represent?
I am representing Mr. Fei Zhao and Ms. Qiu Lei Liang from the same household.
Okay, and are you in favor of a deferral?
We are in opposition of the deferral.
Pardon?
We are in opposition of the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Liang Quilei?
Yes, they are actually from the same household. This is Ms. Ling right here.
Okay, so you're all opposed to a deferral?
Correct.
You understand that they want a deferral because they're going to likely reduce the number of garden suites to 1 and make other changes to try and accommodate, try to make it more acceptable.
Sorry, if you can just give us a moment, please.
Sorry, what was your address again?
It's 99 Rusted Avenue.
So you're right behind?
We're right behind.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, while they discuss, there is someone else here in person that wants to speak to this application as well.
Okay, perhaps,
Can that person step up, please?
okay, your name, sir, and your address?
Yeah, John Gary, 1116 Dufferin Street.
Okay, and are you in favor of a deferral?
No, I oppose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You understand the purpose of the deferral?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go back to your seat.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I think we should impose a time limit. All I'm asking is yes or no for a deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've done that.
How long?
Claire is the interpreter for the homeowners, so she's just explaining the options.
Okay. So we give them another few minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, sorry for the delay. If it's a deferral to propose a discussion for one unit, then we are in favor of the deferral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, panel. Zahir?
Thank you, Joe. I'll move for a deferral on this application.
All right, seconder, Carl?
Yes, could we clarify that the deferral is to reduce the number of units to one? Because that's the issue. If they come back with the same thing, it's a waste of time.
Presumably smaller.
Yeah.
Well, I think we shouldn't say that. We should just say to make changes, consult with neighbors.
But it's the planning department as well.
Well, consult with the, opportunity to consider the planning department's position and consult with the planning department and neighbors. I don't think we should impose a condition, you have to do this.
Basically, it's to allow for reconsideration.
Yeah.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to clarify, the deferral is to make revisions to the proposal and to continue consultation with community planning as well as the neighbors, the residents. Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by Zahir, a seconder by Carl. All in favor? Have your deferral. Thank you. Number 9. (16 Rains Avenue). The purpose of the application to alter the existing one-story ancillary building, a detached garage, by converting the space into a garden suite and to construct a partial second-story addition for storage space. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, 8 form letters in support, opposition from 2 properties on, well, 1 property on Rains and property on Melita Avenue. Chris Vanderwall and Joanna Chambers.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I'm Chris Vanderwall at 16 Rains Avenue.
Okay, so, all right, you're here. Okay.
I will introduce myself in case I do speak. My name is Joanna Chambers, and I'm also at 16 Rains Avenue.
All right, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Could you speak up a little louder, please?
I will try. Thank you. Thank you, committee. Just to start, I say I'm very nervous, so please bear with me as I go through this presentation. Thank you for hearing us. This project was undertaken, our initial intent after constructing our garage was we realized we needed an affordable place to live, our family, to undertake a renovation on our main house. So I think you'll come to understand that I've completed this renovation already without a permit, and for that, I have to say Well, the skylight is existing currently in its proposed form. And. Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Under permit, we built a garage to replace an existing garage on our property. Once the garage was finished, we experienced a change in our relationship, and for 10 months during the pandemic, between the months of April 2022 and January 2022, in order to co-parent our child and both continue living on the property, we took turns sleeping in the storage loft. We have since decided that we would like to apply to have it as a garden suite so that any kind of occupation going forward in such a way is permitted. In order to do so, and working with our architects, we understand the sleeping, to be clear, we do not have a second story on our property, we have a storage loft. Our garage was built absolutely within the limits of the city's bylaw. But in order to prepare for sleep, it is convenient to be able to stand. And so what was done was a strip of skylight was added along the length, well, not the length, the width of the garage, so that when you get to the storage loft, you can stand. Chris, the dimensions are on the plans, and Chris can speak to that if you need numbers, and then you crouch down and enter the storage loft. So what we are asking permission for is for those skylights to be there, understanding that they are on the property line and that they go at a 90-degree angle rather than the allowed 45 degrees.
Nicely done.
You know, we do intend, our home was purchased with the intent of renovating it. It was well loved by its previous owners, but requires much work. The work will be purely to bring it to like a good standard. And, you know, we have a young child. We are not interested in being displaced, especially given the cost of doing so today. Also, we have found a way to be creative about how we have a family and sort of live in sort of a cooperative shared way. And so our hope is that these skylights are allowed as they are now, and it will perhaps serve as a place for us to also temporarily stay while the house is renovated.
So, do I understand that the only change you're making, or you've already made, but the only thing you need to do with respect to make it a garden suite or a livable space is the skylight?
Correct, yes.
All right, so you're not going to do any more work in the garage?
No.
Absolutely not. We will need to make changes. Chris built temporary stairs so that we could access the storage loft as a sleeping space for the duration of the 10 months in which we were sharing it. And so we understand that along with the code, if it becomes a garden suite, that changes will need to be made to the stairs. And so we will do so, but absolutely no changes will be made to the footprint or to the height.
Or to the exterior of the building.
None whatsoever.
Okay, so the reason you applied for a garage initially, that was your intention? Something happened within your relationship that changed that thing? So, I mean, I know some of the neighbors said, well, they put a garage in and, you know, why is it all of a sudden changing to a garden suite? They must have done it intentionally to avoid having to comply with a side setback.
And you know, we understand the concerns, and we absolutely have really tried to be good neighbors on this one. I mean,
Okay, let's just go to the neighbors and see what they have to say. So, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any other parties here in person?
Yes, there is one speaker here. Barry? Yes, you can come to the podium. Yes.
Yeah, Barry Chow. Can we have your name and address, madam?
My name is Barry Choi. My address is 18 Wings Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, tell us your concerns.
Actually, we have sent a letter and document to the committee. I hope you can look at them. The building was already built as a garden suite already, and used as a living place even when they starting. Right now, if they can build a garage, they already built. They claim they are building a garage on the property line, exactly on our property line, and then change it to the garden street. And I just want to the community, is it other people will do the same? Build the garage first and change it to the garden street?
Is that all you have to say?
No, this is one of the questions.
Okay.
It seems that the owner say that they won't build a higher than right now. Is it true?
Can I ask you a question?
They just say that they won't build higher than right now?
Just 1 second. They have a proposal before us.
Yes.
For what's there with the skylights on it. And if it was approved and if the drawings were part of the approval, then if they wanted to make it bigger, they'd have to come back and get a different approval. And in terms of it was a garage, and you heard there was, I would argue, some unique circumstances that caused them to sleep in what was still a garage. What is your concern with it being a garden suite? That's what we need to know.
The concern is it will be higher than existing.
What if it wasn't?
Because they're higher.
What if it wasn't?
I don't have a document right now. I think you can look at the letter.
We can show you on the screen what it looks like.
Oh, I don't have a document here, sorry.
But your concern is that
it will build higher.
They're going to build it higher than what it already is?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the question you've asked.
All right, we're not going to give them permission to do that because they're not asking for that.
Oh, okay. And also, one of the question is, if this garage change it to, or will not change to the garden street, will the neighbor can build a garden street without public hearing, just like this? If they apply for the garden street, our neighbor want to build a garden street, is it necessary to go through this public hearing?
Possibly.
Not if you comply with all the zoning bylaws.
Okay. Just one of the simple question. If your neighbor built a...
So, Ms. Choi, we're not here to answer questions.
Okay.
I mean, you tell us the impact this garden suite might have on your property, and we'll deal with it. But we're not here to answer questions.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So if it was no higher than what's there now, you don't have a concern, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if she does have further questions, she can ask staff after the hearing. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do I now go to my list? There are no more speakers here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see any further speakers in person, so yes, please.
Okay, Raphael Lapoukine.
Raphael, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
You'll have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Raphael, can you hear us?
Raphael, we see that you're speaking, but we can't hear you. Sure, we'll give you a minute.
I'm trying my internal microphone.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We have.
Sorry about that. My name's Raphael Lopukine. I'm at 30 Rains Avenue. I'm just down the street from the applicants, Chris and Joanna. And I won't take a lot of your time. I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of this development and the variances. I think it was a beautifully done building that has a lot of care and attention put into it. And I understand the situation that they found themselves in and made the best that they could for themselves and their child. I'm also sympathetic to the neighbors and their concerns, but I also, as a general point, think we should make it easier to build in gentle density in the city and reduce the impact on people trying to do it and not create more hurdles. So, angular planes and, building to the property line, I understand there's rules, but generally overall, I just like to say that we should make things simpler, and I'm in support of this development. Thank you.
All right. You understand, we can't make it simpler. It's up to council.
I know. I just like to make the point.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Richard Hunt.
So yes, I'll be referring to my submitted document here. Whether you can look at that or not.
Can we have your name and your address, sir?
My name is Richard Hunt, and I'm at 18 Rains Avenue.
Okay, go ahead with your comments, please.
So I recognize that building codes must apply to different sizes and shapes of properties, but in this particular case, the legal garage is already very obtrusive and dominating and was built to the maximum dimensions allowed by code, much bigger than any other garages by far along the back road there. And you can see images 1 and 2 in my document of objection. Any of the requested variances will increase the adverse effects on our property, further depriving us of light from the south. Also, the statement in the cover letter that this very much fits into the character of the neighborhood is not true. Yeah, this is a very unusual building along our road. My second point, that this building, in spite of the plan view showing it as a garage with a car, which I guess the applicants have already acknowledged, seems to have been built to be used as a garden suite. It already has stairs, temporary or not, stairs or stairs, second floor, and the skylight, which is shown there. And so this is some degree an after-the-fact application for variances, which doesn't seem right. So we request that the current skylight, image 2, be removed to bring the existing build to code, and that no height variance be granted. The rationale for the amount of the proposed height has been exaggerated by the unrealistic 6'6" representations of human figure. You can see I put in a regular figure, 5'10", a 5'10" male figure there, which is a more accurate representation of human beings. And the rationale for the variance for needed storage space, which the applicants have basically acknowledged is a sleeping loft, so thus a second story. As storage space is excessive, I figure that it's about 900 cubic feet of space, and a typical apartment storage locker has about 200 cubic feet of space. So anyway, but if they're acknowledging it's a sleeping loft, then that's fine, I guess. The restrictions to building a garden suite, and I have chapter 150, 760, 20, 30, and 40, are more restrictive in terms of size and setback and angular plane provisions, those in the garage. The variances, if granted, would reward this build and switch approach to applying for permits, which I think is a slippery slope. In the future, people could be building a garage to code, as in this case, and a year later, so building it right up to the property line with no setback, and then changing it to a garden suite right up to the property line, thereby avoiding the 0.63 meter setback. So, And also, the public notice says the altered ancillary building containing a garden suite will have a height of 4.63 meters, which implies to me that this building could have a height at any point of 4.63 meters. Now, from your explanation earlier, Mr. Chair, I presume that's not the case, but it seems to me that it wouldn't be surprising, since two-story garden suites are permitted, that it would be permitted to make it into a full-story building on the property line in the middle of our garden. And so I'm willing to go along, I suppose, with them converting this to a garden suite. But I absolutely think that they should remove that skylight, and they should, it should be built to code with the angular plane provisions, which are significant in a property of ours, which is only, 5 and a bit meters wide. So, yeah, that's my submission. Is I request that the variances not be allowed, though I recognize that it would be onerous to move the building back to the proper 0.63 meters. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols.
Greg, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Okay, video is on. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm Greg Nichols. I live at 324 Melita Ave, Toronto, M6G2A3. And I see my letter up on screen. Could you please go to the last page of that, just to help demonstrate the sort of situation of the property? Yeah, so thank you. So I'm the property owner here and resident, and I'm nervous too presenting, so I sympathize with folks. I'm the neighbor directly south of the backyard building at 16 Rains, and I'm down the hill from them, and there's 2 narrow backyards between our properties. I want to be supportive of my neighbors. I don't even know these particular neighbors, but I'm sympathetic to their story. I support the idea of this becoming a garden suite, and I hope there's more garden suites that get built throughout this neighborhood. I submitted my opposition basically because I couldn't understand the reason for the height variance request. So here's some of the reasoning that the applicants mentioned here today. I'm asking, is there any way that some functionality that's practical for you could be accommodated into the design without needing to add height above the bylaw? I'm worried that as well that allowing a height over 4 meters might be seen as permission to add more structures to the roof or to raise the height of the overall roof. And I would seek some guarantees against that. I know the applicant said that they don't have any plans for that, but a future property owner seeing that they have permission to have 4.63 meters, we can't say what they will think. And the reason I'm concerned about all these things is because I'm afraid of a precedent being set. This is a groundbreaking building for the neighborhood. And like I say, I'm in favor of garden suites. But I think that as the other older buildings in the backyards here are replaced, people are going to look to this one as the example of the height that people should also be allowed to build. So I'm concerned about the precedent, and I'm concerned about it also because, I know this neighbor doesn't adjoin my property directly, but my property, I have 7 directly adjacent neighbors around it. So, it's potential that there could be 7 different structures go up all around me that will definitely block in the sunlight. It'll definitely make my backyard feel more like an alleyway. So I'm I posed those questions. I'm hoping that someone can offer me more assurances that this will not become a precedent, or that the committee can include anything in their decision that holds people to a high standard in making the case for variances, especially height, which is so sensitive. And I just wanted to express my sympathies to my neighbors over the situation they're in. I'm not trying to I don't have a bone to pick with you, and I'm not trying to upset your lives. I'm just trying to make sure that a sustainable sort of height precedent is set. And I'm hoping that there's perhaps some accommodation that could be made within the existing design to make the height conform with the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicants?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I will say quickly, and to my neighbors as well, who are in the room and on the call, that we have no intent to go any further and make any more alterations to the building as it stands. I can't stress that enough. That's the main concern that I'm hearing, and I just really want to validate that it's not something that we ever intend to do as homeowners.
All right, that's okay. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I understand it, the actual structure without the skylights meets the bylaw.
Does.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if variance number 3 would be qualified so that the 4.63 meter height only applies to the skylights.
It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
The process by which that alteration gets made, someone would.
And as my colleague is suggesting, and tying it to plans, but that wording would clearly indicate that the building isn't going to be higher than 4. The part that will be higher is the skylights, and it's for a strip across the side.
Correct.
That is absolutely fine, and is our intention for it to remain as it is. It seems that there is some confusion around the height of our current structure without the skylights. While I understand that some people are uncomfortable with it, it does conform to the city's bylaws. So it is allowable. I completely understand that some people don't like it, but the work that we did initially in good faith is within the city's.
The angular plane only affects the skylights.
Exactly.
Drawings.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Here.
Just a quick one. So because this is an existing structure, does the purpose perhaps need to be changed to read something along the lines of to permit?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. So the purpose of application can be amended. Instead of reading to alter, we can say to permit. And then variance number 3 would be amended to read the altered ancillary building containing a garden suite will have a height of 4.63 meters measured to the top of the skylight.
Is there any way to address the concerns that have been expressed? Can we go further to indicate that the rest of the building is at 4 meters?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the motion includes a condition tying the approval to the elevation plans, then you would be okay.
Okay, good.
All right. So do we have any further questions, or do we have comments or a motion? Yes, here.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to the applicants and the concerns that have been expressed by the various neighbors, I come back to what's before us and the 3 variances that are sitting before us, especially the clarification of variance number 3, which in itself is not a major request. I think this is an application that is fairly straightforward, and I have no objection to not approving it as amended. And there are no other conditions.
Carl, you second that motion? All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number
Through,
10.
sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, that's tying to plans, right?
Yes, I beg
Yeah,
your pardon.
yeah, okay. So it's approved as amended with the condition of tying to plans. Yes.
All right, number 10.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, would you want to go back to item number 5?
I thought we should finish the list of 1 to 10 and then go back.
Okay.
So I was just going to do
Okay.
with, all right, number 10, 29 SCARTH Road. The purpose of the application to construct a new 2-story ancillary building containing 1 laneway suite on both levels with a rear 2nd-story Juliet balcony at the rear of the property abutting the laneway. The existing rear ancillary building will be attached with attached deck and parking. Pad will be demolished. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from Transportation and Urban Forestry, correspondence and concern or interest from 12 SCARTH Road. John Gladkey.
John, you've been unmuted. You may turn on your video. John, are you there?
Can you tell me when I can speak?
Yes, please.
I can't hear anything, so can you just tell me?
Your speaker's out.
Oh, okay.
All right, can we have your name
No,
and your
it's
address,
not.
sir?
He's not hearing us.
He's getting some help.
His grandkids don't.
Are they asking me to speak?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't hear anything, so I'm not sure. I have my video on, I can see me, I can see you, but I can't hear anything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
So I can see your lips moving, Mr. Chairman. So if you can tell me that you can hear me, I can proceed. But unfortunately, for some reason, I just got cut off. I was listening to the proceedings and as of right now, I can't hear. So,
Can we connect them?
Hello, John, can you hear us now from the committee room?
No. Doesn't look like it.
oh,
So is there someone else there? Because I have a John Levitt.
sorry. I'm okay? They can hear me?
They can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so can we go to the last image on this
Just a minute.
deck, please?
Can you hear us?
The image that shows the lots in the area. So, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so can we go to the last image on this?
Can we have your name, sir, and your
Oh,
address?
sorry, okay. I'm jumping the gun. My name is John Gladkey. I'm at 310 Spadina Avenue. And I'm the planner on this file, and I'm acting on behalf of the applicants. Also with me, I think available by video, is Jana Levitt, who's the architect for this project.
Okay. All right, so we have some opposition, so we need a presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you. Could we go to the last image on this slide deck, please? So I think this image actually shows quite clearly what the situation is. SCARTH Road is shown at the front. The property is where the dot is and where the cursor is right now. The lot is very large, it's very wide. There's a building to the side that will be demolished. It's an existing coach house that will be demolished. And then there will be a laneway suite, or is proposed at the rear of the building. The issue is that the laneway at the back is an angled towards in comparison to the front. It's not parallel as most laneways are. And so the main variance that we're asking for is the variance for an angular plane. And the reason that we can't meet that variance is precisely because of the angle of that laneway. Although the intent, I think, is being met. Certainly, most of the laneway suite will be facing the open space and away from the existing building. And I can explain that better by going back to the site plan. So if we can go back to the site plan. Yes, this is a site plan. So there's the proposed laneway suite. It does meet the setback requirements. All the landscape issues are addressed, or provisions will be complied with on the site. And you can see that the laneway suite is mostly oriented towards the open space on the side of the building. Only a very small part of it is facing the building. And I guess it would be possible to angle it along the laneway, but then there would be overlook issues with the adjacent property. So that's the context in the angular plane. The height variance has been revised to 6.8 meters. So that's above the 6.3 meters that's provided for. And that's to accommodate a sloped roof at the height. So right at the edge, it's 6 meters, and then it rises in the middle for a sloped roof to 6.8 meters. And here's the image showing the height. I saw that there's a letter from Transportation Services requesting that the setback at the rear, from the rear lane, be increased to 1.67 meters. If you could go back to the site plan. So that affects the very small corner at the northeast section of the building. And that would require a small indentation. And we could meet that. So if you wanted to ask that be provided as a condition, there's already a 1 meter setback. They're asking for an additional 6.67 meters, and that would mean that a small corner of this building would have to be set back. The other variances we're asking for are very small, very minor. The width and the depth of the building is slightly increased. It meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. It's as I say, a big site. There are other buildings at the rear lane, some of which have units in them. That's my understanding. And so it would fit quite well. And it, as I say, meets the spirit of the laneway suites bylaw, the intent behind it.
So, sir, accommodating the transportation and setting back the property 1.67 meters would not affect any of the variances?
No.
All right, so we could make it a condition.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are there variances being revised?
Not
Mainly
just the height variance. The height variance
So
is,
variance number
and I
one?
communicated this. Yes, so the height will be 6.8 meters.
Okay, so you have to, John, sorry.
We had
you
communicated
just have
this to the committee.
No, I understand that, but you have to say it on public record. So variance number 1 is being amended to
Yes.
6.8 meters. Thank you.
6.8 meters, correct.
Okay, thank you. Kyle Kemp.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Kyle Kemp. I live at 27 SCARTH Road, directly south of the applicant. I'm speaking today as a resident and as a representative of the owner of 27 SCARTH Road. Thank you for your time and consideration of the following points. Regarding the height, the proposed building height exceeds the allowable limit of 6.8 meters. We kindly request that the bylaw be upheld to reduce this to the required 6.3 meters. This adjustment is essential to prevent the new structure from obstructing northwestward light into our rear yard. Regarding the angular plane, the proposed building penetrates the angular plane. Notwithstanding the 30% allowable dormer, we ask that the proposed building complies with this bylaw for these reasons. 1, the stair and large window facing the street has a direct view into the showers of both our second and third floor. These showers can clearly be seen in the last page of the arborist report submitted by the applicant. Complying with the angular plane will reduce privacy violations. In addition, the additional building mass will block west light from penetrating into our rear yard. 3, the angular plane is a symbol of respect, respecting the neighbors and protecting the quality of space. Most laneway suites are built with the angular plane intact. And if this project is redesigned to comply with the angular plane and dormer, we ask that the 30% is measured from the allowable 8 meters width, not the proposed 8.48 meters width. This will help with the privacy issues stated above. In addition to the clearly objectionable variances I have already mentioned, density. The proposed 1,600 square foot home at 29 SCARTH Road raises several significant concerns that should be considered. First, the issue of density is paramount. Although the City of Toronto has aimed to combat the housing crisis by increasing density, 29 SCARTH Road, which was originally a single-family home, has already been converted into a 4-unit multiplex apartment building. This conversion already exceeds the allowable density for the area, and the proposed building would add at least 1 more unit, making it a 5-unit lot. This increased density of approximately 48% does not align with the predominantly single-family homes on SCARTH Road. Also, there are 2 exterior doors drawn on the ground floor facing the street, approximately 3.1 meters apart from each other, which implies that the laneway house could easily be further divided into 2 units by this applicant or future owners of the property, and may have been designed for this purpose from the outset. Tree. We have not received notice for the required permit to injure tree number 7 listed in the arborist report, which is in our backyard. The proposed laneway suite is within the required tree protection zone of this tree, and I would like to ensure that this tree is carefully considered. Parking. If this project is approved, it will mean the removal of 1 rear laneway-facing parking pad. This property currently has 6 bedrooms and has parking for 6 vehicles. The removal of the rear parking pad and the addition of the 7th bedroom on the property will cause additional vehicles to be parked on SCARTH Road, of which parking is scarce. Regarding privacy, in discussions with the applicant, I was told they recognize our privacy concerns and plan to mitigate this problem with the application of privacy film on the west-facing windows. While this is appreciated, I am concerned that in future this privacy film may be removed by the applicant or future owners of the property. In addition, this offer does not take into account the lack of privacy our backyard will endure during the construction phase on the property line. Use of the property. I would like to also echo our neighbor who has submitted their concern to this committee.
40 seconds left, sir.
The existing coach house has regularly been rented on Airbnb since the owner took possession and has guests who come to party and disturb the peace. The proposed dwelling, although officially planned for personal use of the owner, will be located even closer to our backyard and our rear-facing windows, and I do have concern regarding the eventuality of the use of Airbnb. Finally, there's a notable disregard for the historical character of the neighborhood. The existing coach house is in line with the neighborhood's character. The proposal to replace it with a modern design, we believe, to be detrimental to the area's charm. In summary, and in contrary to the applicant's submitted planning report, as the immediate neighbor to this property, I must emphasize that we will be negatively impacted by this proposal. I hope the committee and the applicant come to a solution that takes the neighborhood into a greater consideration than their own.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Yes, Carl?
Could you clarify which of the elevations are facing into your backyard?
The south elevation would.
That's what, okay.
But the issue is, if you look at the
All right, thank you,
site
sir.
plan, there's a half fake wall on our property,
Yeah.
which makes the house appear bigger than it is.
Okay, the reason for my question, you talked about putting privacy film on the windows, but there are no
On the west face.
yeah, but there are no windows on the south, which is what faces your yard, right?
It's like this.
I know it's on an angle, yeah.
It's on a very easily seen angle, especially from the second and third floor.
So it's the west elevation.
The west elevation.
Windows, but the south elevation is no windows facing your property.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
But the west elevation is easily able to see into our bathrooms, into our showers.
Mr. Gladkey?
Yes?
Yeah. Do you have anything to say in response to Mr. Kemp's submissions?
Well, I gather there were conversations between the owners of 29 SCARTH Road and the applicant. I mean, sorry, and the person who just spoke, the neighbor. And there was a suggestion that the stairwell window, which I think is the one that is of most concern on the second floor, could be frosted. And so that's that window right there. So and that would, I think, address most of the issues if that were frosted. If that were a condition, that would certainly be acceptable to the applicant.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, panel, any further questions? Comments? Do we have a motion?
Just a quick question to John. There's a little Juliet there. What elevation, which direction is that facing?
That would be west facing, and I think it's on, but it's in the indented area.
Yeah. So it's shielded from the neighbors?
It's shielded, that's right, yes.
And it's not
There's
for
a-
use, it's just for emergency access, I presume.
That's right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, Carl?
Mr. Gladkey, I'm not a big fan of frosting windows. The film can be taken off and so forth. Have you given any consideration to using plant materials along the south property boundary to obscure any views from the laneway suite into the rear yard next door?
I don't think there are, as you pointed out in your questions, there are no windows on this side, so there's, but, you know, if...
In the piece that, on the west side, you know where you're going to frost?
Oh, the west side along here.
Yeah, I was wondering if planting some vegetation in that area would be a better solution than frosting the windows.
I'm not, I don't know if it's possible. We can explore that. We're certainly, I think the applicants are certainly willing to work with the neighbor to come up with a solution that works for him. So if it were possible to put some plants along that balcony and or grow some vines or whatever, that would be fine. I don't know how you enforce that. That's the only thing. I mean, it's a nice idea, and I think they would certainly work with the neighbor and try to make it acceptable. And that's an elegant solution, but
Say here.
On that same, on that same vein, I recognize the idea of planters would be great, but surely there must be glass that where you don't have any materials that you could peel off. Presumably the glass itself could just be frosted glass of a kind that you can't peel off. I think that would be quite satisfactory to me. I think that might work and be as perhaps more permanent than vegetation that may change.
Glass blocks.
Glass blocks, perhaps. I'm not sure what would work, but something that would allow for light penetration, but also provide the privacy that the neighbor is talking about. In general, this application to me seems quite reasonable because you've got a huge lot. It's a very large lot, and I think as you, the agent, had indicated, this was a carriage house previously. I really don't see any issues with it other than that concern that the neighbor has with privacy. So if you've got a suggestion that we could put in as a condition, that would be great.
All right, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion?
I was just wondering if the agent had a suggestion that we might add as a condition, some permanent.
regarding the, okay, so the condition would be to have opaque glass on the adjacent to the stairwell on the west side.
That sounds good.
Okay, you want
So
to
I'd like
make a motion?
Sure, I'll move motion, Chair, to approve the application as amended. I think there's a forestry condition number 2. Transportation condition, and the condition that the glass, I forget how you put it. Opaque glass covering the stairwell, west-facing stairwell. Is that
The window.
Of the window.
Adjacent to the west-facing stairwell.
West face, that's correct. I go with what the chair has just said.
Okay. All right, we have a seconder. Carl, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Go back to number 539 Montrose Avenue. Who are these guys? Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, so,
through you, Mr. Chair, we're just going to get Mr. Creamy on the line. And
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure.
yes, we can.
So not to waste any time, but through you, Mr. Chair, I was able to work with the Architectural Design Office to get accurate numbers for what will be the new revised soft landscaping area in the rear yard. And I know you don't have a set of plans in front of you, but just so I can briefly describe it, we're going to maintain a permeable paver walkway, which would be 1.31 meters in width. And you can see that measurement. That would be the south side of the new second-story addition. That's where it's noted on the site plan. So we'll maintain that width straight back to the garage. And then now the remaining area, which was shown as existing interlocking brick, and then the portion of permeable pavers below, that entire rectangle, including the new planter box area, will all be soft landscaping now. And the area of the size of that area is going to be 13.4 square meters, or 24.6% of the rear yard. So we've virtually almost eliminated the soft landscaping variance for the rear yard, but still need to maintain 0.4% under what's required.
That's great. Nice. Very nice. So variance number 4 is eliminated?
No, we're not going to eliminate it. It's going to read, the proposed rear yard soft landscaping area will be 13.4 square meters or 24.6%.
Okay, all right. That's very good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we do have two speakers here that are in person that wanted to speak on this application. So perhaps we can hear from them now.
Good morning, committee. My name is Christopher Vaz. Address is 37 Montrose Avenue. I'm the son of Dinart and Natalia. So I'm just going to read some of the concerns that they have with these variances. So an extended closed porch will impact my parents' enjoyment of their view as they are retired and spend a significant amount of time on the porch. Also, the closed porch will also block their view from any danger that can approach while exiting from the side of the house while bringing garbage, recycling bins, and therefore my parents will be in fear doing so. They've been living there for the past 48 years. Being 75 years of age, it would be extremely difficult and stressful for my parents to consider moving. Also, the rear extension will also affect the view in the rear of any additional sunlight that normally enters my parents' home.
Any questions, Carl?
Can you just clarify the first point? You're at 37, right?
Correct.
Your parents are 37. The concern is that the one-story addition of the front is going to, as they move garbage cans front to back, that one-story addition is going to block their view up the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, so
But it's partially blocked already by the porch, is it not?
well, it's an open porch.
I know, but it's still.
We still have a clear view of houses and even sunlight, and my parents love to sit on the porch. With that extension and being enclosed will impact their view from looking to the north side, and also when exiting, they won't be able to see, if anything approaches them from that corner, we can see it the way it is now, but if it gets blocked off, they'll have difficulty seeing.
Okay, and the concern with the addition at the back is sunlight.
Correct.
So you realize it's only on the second floor.
But it's going out further though, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so that'll interfere with sunlight.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
How deep is your parents' lot?
I don't have those numbers with me, unfortunately. We're somewhat par to the way it is now, but if they do that extension, it's going to interfere.
How large are these additions?
Can ask the same, what the depth is.
There's already a minimum amount of light coming in, so with the extension, it's just probably going to block off the rest of it.
There's the first story. This is turned sideways. There.
So that's the addition?
Yeah.
Where's the front addition?
This enclosing the porch.
Oh.
Look at A5. You can see the front addition really clearly. A5. That's all a porch right now, and they're putting a vestibule on.
That's good, Larry. Upside down.
A5 is right there. So there. Footing is.
Going to be enclosed.
Yeah.
But it exists. It exists.
No, the porch exists.
Porch exists right there.
But
So
the
there's
vestibule, they're enclosing that.
closing half the
of it,
porch.
Yeah.
And there's a window there. Oh, that's the
That's a door.
entrance.
Yeah.
So currently it's like that, and that's all porch. And so he's just, it's a very modest expansion.
Okay, so, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we go back to,
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Martins is also here
Yes.
to speak.
I'm Joseph Martins from 41 Montrose.
what's your address, sir?
41 Montrose, next door. I'm
Okay,
the one that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were this gentleman's father. Okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
No offense.
Go ahead.
Do I look? Maybe.
No, I don't know how you...
Yes, I'm the Joseph Martins from 41 Montrose Avenue. That's next door. I'm north.
So you're the adjacent semi.
Pardon me?
You're the adjacent semi.
Yeah. I'm with this Sam, yes.
Yeah.
The thing
Okay.
is, I think he wants to make the extra living space. I think that he wants to break the walls, right?
Pardon?
The structure, he changes the structure of the house. Like he's going to make a 10-foot wall right beside my door. So everything, the view is going away. It's 5 inches from my door. Like, where's the sunlight going to come from?
Do you have a fence or a barrier between your porch and the,
No, it's open right now.
it's open all the way through?
Yeah.
Okay.
All I have is a fence that I put on my side, like I have a fence on the porch.
Yeah.
That's all there is now.
But you don't have,
Nothing high.
okay.
And now he wants to go 10 feet high, you know, where's my sunlight going to come from? And plus the house, the wall that divides the house is 2x4s. So once you start to put break, what's going to happen to the 2x4s?
Okay. All right, do you have any other comments?
Well, on the back is the same way. I have a window right beside. So if he's going to go up, there goes my view of the second floor. On the back, I also have a window that it's right. It's very close. So if he's going to be there's nothing going to come out. I cannot see nothing down to the south. As you can see, the window is very close to the property line.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I'll be able to open the window. I have to change it. And if you can see on the front, the extension to the front, it's passing my porch. It's 10 feet long, 9.10 inches, if I'm not wrong.
I can understand your concern with the front, but I'm not understanding how the rear addition is going to affect your window. Which window are you concerned about?
The rear window.
Your window.
Yeah, my window is. Not his window.
Which is on the back of your house.
The back of my house, yeah. So he's going to make the thing right close to the window. The window is right almost at the corner.
So how's
Almost
that
at the
gonna
property
affect-
line.
How's that affect you?
Well, I can't see nothing for the south now.
Oh,
If I want to look down south, I look onto the wall.
okay.
So it extends it past your house.
Yeah, because it's very high.
It's in line with the other neighbor.
And it's going to take away the light coming in, everything.
Yeah, he lives here, okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Salvatore?
Yes, and I do, and I get it. Within a changing context of the city, especially as population increases, densities increase, and as such, built form increases. And not using that statement as an excuse, I do sympathize with the neighbors, as this is a very dense neighborhood, and every inch counts. But let's address the issues at hand. We'll start with the neighbor at 37 first. If we refer to the site plan, we'll see that the current built form of both houses are directly and relatively in line with each other. So with regards to the rear addition at the second story, we're going to be building upon what the current footprint is, infilling the second story. And sunlight is actually going to come from 37 towards 39. So sunlight shouldn't be affected by that rear addition for 37. And as such, any things that are on their house will affect sunlight onto 39 just because of the direction sunlight is. They're from the south, and that's where sun is coming from. And the concerns about bringing garbage to the front, I sympathize. Trust me, I have, and I'm very sympathetic to the elderly populations that try to assist them. But the addition is going to be away from their house to the north. And it's only going to go to the current extent of which the front platform is built to. So we're only going to go to where the current built form is. Now, if this addition essentially poses a viewing obstruction, then I guess their porch does as well, because we're no further out than currently. And we're still going to have the railings and the entrance stair open so that when they are coming out of the laneway, you can still see to the street for immediate safety concerns, be it. I was trying to think as they were speaking if any modifications can be made to lessen concerns. But again, and I'll restate, the proposal before you and the additions are modest in opinion, through you, Mr. Chair. And it's just a case of a growing family within a dense city. It's a small footprint of a house as is. Real estate's expensive, and they just chose to build out for a longer term plan at this house. And with regards to the concern from the neighbor at 41, I'm not going to lie. Yes, sunlight will slightly be affected, but that will only be within the afternoon. And realistically, whether that second story addition was there or not, sunlight was always going to be impacted in the afternoon because of the existing built form. They're still going to maintain sunrise, and they'll still maintain the first half of the day's sunlight. And again, we're only building to the current footprint of the foundations that are in place. It's a 6 point, I'll give you the actual just in case. We're only going out 6 feet 3 inches from the existing rear main wall. Maintenance of the window, whether the addition was there or not, seems like it would always be an issue. So respectfully, maybe they might want to consider minor modifications to move the window over depending on what the wall structure is. But again, like regardless whether this addition was there or not, it was always going to be an issue. And
When we finish it.
with the vestibule going to the existing footprint of the front porch, it would have already been a condition they were experiencing with the columns and the built form of the existing front porch at 39. If any of the committee members reference Google Street View, it wasn't a simple structure that was there. It was a more elaborate structure with bigger pier columns. So there was already built form in place. And this is going to be in addition to that. Respectfully, they didn't go 2 stories, they just went 1 story to maintain an entrance vestibule. And as you can see, the variance related to depth is minimal in nature. We're 0.97 over what's required. And again, I want to turn it back to the committee to see if there's any points that I'm not respectfully addressing or if there's any questions.
Yes, here.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one question. Looking at the front, bear with me, I'm just going to go back to the drawings. So I'm looking at a site plan. Your rear second floor story addition, you're right, it's in line with number 37. So, and it is set back from the side yard. My concern, I think, more is with the folks that talked about from number 41, and it's the front vestibule, because the moment you build that piece, it does present a solid wall for number 41. And you referenced Google Street Map and Street View. From that image, I don't see any homes in the immediate vicinity that have a partially or fully enclosed porch. They're all the much more traditional porches that are somewhat open for people to sit in and socialize. So I'm not sure why you've decided to create that additional space that does present a challenge for number 41 and does change a little bit of the streetscape there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I address member
Yes, please.
Zahir?
Please.
Although it's the condition of an enclosed vestibule isn't present on this exact street, I think we can all agree it's something commonly that's done throughout the city when you have tight properties like this to form privacy from one neighbor to another. So if this is the intention of the owners to erect a structure for privacy and it's more comfort for entrance, whether they get approval for this or not, essentially a wall or a privacy screen can go up that would create the same interference for the neighbor. And that's something very commonly done throughout the city when you have tight entrances like this, especially in the case of semi-detached houses. So if this wasn't approved, it seems like privacy, especially for the entrance, is something of concern for these neighbors. By right, they can erect a privacy screen that would essentially put a wall in place where there's one currently.
Partitions.
Yeah.
That's a common thing.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions? We have a motion. Yes, Larry.
First of all, thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing your concerns. We really appreciate it. My view, however, is that I think these changes are really quite modest. I mean, it's only going out, as the applicant said, the rear is only going out 6 feet, 6-ish feet over the existing one-story addition on the rear. And I don't think that represents an inordinate impact on the neighbors and neighborhood. I also think that, as the applicant said, you know, putting a vestibule in the front is a fairly common application and renovation to many homes. Many homes, in fact, enclose the entire front porch. It's a way to achieve a little bit more living space in houses that are somewhat restricted and relatively small. So I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing. I take your points here. There aren't that many enclosures on the street, but I think what we're seeing is more of those kinds of structures, in part because we have a cold climate and there's an opportunity to put a mudroom and a separation from the main dwelling unit and the entrance area. So I don't think that it's unreasonable. I don't really see the fact that it's a half a porch, I think mitigates the impact on one neighbor. The point about putting a privacy shield in between is a legitimate point that could be done in any event. My view is, notwithstanding, I appreciate the concerns, but my view is that these proposals are relatively minor. I was pleased to see the applicant come back with a very substantially improved rear yard soft landscaping variance, which almost eliminates the variance. So that was, I think, a good thing. It would, frankly, would have been nice to see that originally rather than having to be amended. But pleased to see that come back in and deal with some of the drainage issues in the rear. So for all those reasons, I think this is now a supportable application. And I'd like to move approval of the amended application with no conditions.
Seconded, Carl. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Okay, so
take a 5-minute break, Chair?
Yeah, I suggest a 10-minute break.
Even better.
And we'll start in at number 11. Okay.
Okay, so we're taking a 10-minute break till 12:45?
Yes.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, we'll run through the other items. However, we will have to break between 2 to 3 today. Okay?
Well, we're going to finish, I hope.
If we're not able to finish, then we'll have to break between 2 to 3 today. Thank you.
Tell them to shut up.
It just cut us off.
Cut the mic.
That last one was an improvement on landscaping. That was good.
But again, my point is like.
What can they do
All you
beforehand?
have to do is watch one episode of Committee of
Yeah.
Adjustment, and you should know that we're going to point that out every single time.
Well,
right?
and
Just
the-
come in with soft
And the
landscaping.
time we spend negotiating, look at the time we spent this morning. We'd
Yeah.
be finished if we weren't just negotiating all these things.
Yeah, I mean, I think we get better applications.
Oh, I do too.
I don't understand. You're right. I don't understand when people come in with zero
Yeah.
soft landscape.
Surely they
And
know we're gonna-
why would you put balconies on without PVC screens? I mean, you don't need to look at a whole bunch of hearings.
Because almost in every case, when you suggest privacy screen,
Yes, with the microphone. Yes, after break. Okay? Yes, we are on a 10-minute break, okay? So are you going to speak or are you just observing? Okay, let me just find your Walmer you said, right? So that's at the end. So is your agent attending or no? He's on the computer. Oh, okay, so he'll be virtually attending? Okay, and your first name? It's Arya, A-R-Y-A. Sorry, A-R-Y-A. Okay, so you're 17, I mean, yeah, you can go grab a lunch. Might be, yeah, I wouldn't be longer than, I would say less than that. 40 minutes. Yeah, maybe even less, just to be on the safe side.
I'll check on
Online.
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, because we're on a 10-minute break now, but sometimes then it goes quickly.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to say, okay?
It's till quarter, right?
Yeah, we're on a 10-minute break, yeah.
What item is now? 10?
We're on item 11. Yes.
can help me because I hearing problem.
Sir, you have to have an agent.
No, I have.
Okay, but we can't, you have to arrange with us in advance. So you'll sit here?
Here.
Yes, after the break, and then they'll speak loud. They will speak loud for you, okay?
I can speak loudly.
Yes,
But I have to hear what they are asking.
yes, I know.
That is the main problem.
Yeah.
I can speak, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, where's the here? Oh, there he is. Okay, we're back, number 11-1005 Dufferin Street. The purpose of the application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front 2-story addition and a canopy over the front entrance to replace the existing covered front porch with stairs. Also to permit a home occupation accountant's office to occupy part of the ground floor and basement. The 2 residual units in the building will be maintained. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and an email correspondence from Transportation Services. Karush Najatian.
Through the chair, the owner will be presenting, and he's the registered speaker in support on the list.
Shafiq, Mr. Shafiq? Oh, no, Ula. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Just what I can speak, but what was that I cannot hear.
Okay, could we have your name and address, sir?
Because incoming I cannot hear.
No, I understand.
Speak I can go.
Okay.
And that somebody can help me what they are asking.
Okay. State your first and last name.
Oh, Acha.
Yeah.
Then, okay, that's it.
Say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
my first name Muhammad, last name Ullah. I am the owner of 1005 Dufferin Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6H2B4.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is no opposition. Do you have anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything to the panel?
Do you
Want to say anything?
Tell them we don't need a presentation.
paid already?
No, I know. Do you want to say something to the panel?
Oh, no, nothing.
Nothing?
Exactly, small toilet room. There is no toilet room.
All right, thank you, sir.
That's why.
All right, so panel, do you have any questions? Do we have a motion? I think it's pretty straightforward.
I was going to suggest that it would be helpful to place a bit of planting into the front yard, and there is space between the street line and the new addition, but given the applicant's hearing difficulties, I'm not at all sure that I can make myself understood.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps maybe it could just be imposed as a condition,
Okay,
right? And then someone can help him out
sure.
when
Okay.
he's fulfilling that condition.
Okay.
All right, so, but we might have a problem because variance number 4 is 0% landscaping. So, yeah, and maybe we just make the suggestion in light of, it's,
I'm comfortable with going that way as well,
Yeah.
given the constraint that we're dealing with.
okay.
And that's actually my only concern. I think the rest of the application is quite straightforward and reasonable.
All right, make your motion, Carl.
I'd like to recommend bring forth a motion that the application be approved without condition, but a suggestion that the space between the street line and the new front building wall be, soft landscaping be introduced into that space. In that case, the variances wouldn't have to change. plantings, yeah.
Thank you.
We have a seconder? All right. Larry, all in favor? Have your approval? Thank you, sir. I'm gonna pull that trick too. Next item, number 12, 173 Inglewood Drive. The purpose of the application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a west side 2-story addition, 3rd-story front and rear additions, and a front covered porch. Also to reconstruct the rear 2-story addition and an east side basement walkout with staircase. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Nadine Rajani.
Nadine, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Hello?
Yes. Can we have your name
Hi.
and your address, please?
My name is Nadine Rajani. I am the agent for the owners at 173 Inglewood Drive.
Okay. So this, of course, is very straightforward, but I have a question with respect to the purpose of the application. It's so it talks about rear additions and the purpose, and then it says to reconstruct the rear 2-story addition and an east side basement walkout with staircase. Are those two different things?
Yes, those are two different things. There is a work at the rear, which is separate from the existing basement side staircase.
So perhaps you could just tell us what the difference is.
Yep. So there's just one variance that we have. It's a minor variance. There's an existing side staircase at the front east side of the house. Yeah, exactly right there. So there's an existing staircase. We're seeking approval for the variance to rebuild that staircase, making it 0.3 meters wider and therefore safer for the occupants.
Okay, so is that what you're reconstructing, the rear 2-story addition? Is that what
This
that is?
no, this is at the front side of the house. The 2-story work is at the rear of the house, which is as of right. So no variances are being requested for that portion of the work.
Okay, no, I understand that. Okay, thank you. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just clarify that, I don't have difficulty with the application, but that you have discussed it with the owner of 177?
Immediately to yes, the owners have spoken with their neighbors, and we're not aware of any objections.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application without any conditions. It's very straightforward. Basically, they're widening a staircase, and they're making it safer.
Okay, is it here, seconded? All in favor? Have your approval, thank you. Number 13, 394.
Thank you very much.
Number 13, 394 Dundas Street East. The purpose of the application to convert the existing 2-story row house into a rooming house, a total of 5 suites through interior alterations, also to maintain the existing 1-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear, abutting the laneway. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition from 392 Dundas Street East. Ki Wang.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Good morning. Can we have your name and address, please?
Hello, am I being heard?
Well, we've lost you. Mr. Wang?
Hello, I'm right here.
Yeah, but please, you're very low sound. Can you speak into the microphone?
Hi, am I being heard? You guys hear me? Okay.
Not really.
Give me 1 second, please.
Well, we're still having trouble.
How about right now?
No?
Is it right now better?
Mr. Wang, perhaps you can turn up the volume and speak closer to your microphone. Can you try again, please?
Yes, just give me 1 second, sorry.
Well, we can't hear you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can move on to the next item, 14, and then we'll come back to item 13. Unless we want to try one more time. Mr. Wang, can you say something?
Hello?
Yes, okay.
Am I
perfect.
being heard?
Yes.
We can hear you now. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right, we need a brief Can we have your name and your address, please?
Absolutely. My name is Ki Wang, representing the ownership interest in 394 Dundas Street East.
And your address?
394 Dundas Street East.
That's where you live or you work?
I live at 65 Shooter Street.
Okay, thank you. We need a brief presentation from you because there is opposition.
Absolutely. So the variance that we're seeking is fairly simple. We are aiming to legalize the existing rooming house. And currently, the first floor does not have any commercial component to it. But the bylaw require there is some commercial components. But we believe keeping the existing condition is best, as it introduces more affordable housing for the area. Also, if we introduce commercial components, it will negatively impact our neighbor as we introduce more foot traffic around into our house. Also, the commercial retail space is not very viable for that street. There's not a lot of foot traffic, and the units will be vacant for a prolonged period of time. And we're also in the expense of a very viable rental unit.
Okay, any questions, panel? Yes, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me the provision that you need to have retail, street level retail, does that apply to the properties, your neighboring properties, or is it just your property?
I believe it's for that street.
Okay, and on the street, are there retail uses on the ground floor of most units or not?
For my entire block, I believe there's only 2 units that has retail components to it.
Okay, and your current use of the ground floor is?
It's residential.
Okay, so basically it would be to extend the use as it is now?
That's right,
on the ground
yes.
floor, okay.
Or to legalize.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair,
Thank you.
just a quick question. Are you, it's a rooming house. Do you need a license for the rooming house?
Yes, the intent of this application is actually to legalize the rooming house. That's what we have to do prior to obtaining the proper license.
Okay.
So here you have a question.
Yeah, I suspect the purpose has to be revised because you're talking about legalizing rather than converting. Am I correct? Because
correct, yeah.
The purpose currently is to convert, and you just mentioned to legalize. I think that was one of the concerns that some of the people in opposition might have held, that they feel that there's some, there appear to be some allegations with regard to this particular application, which perhaps you can address later. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can revise or amend the purpose to read to permit.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Stan Panasiuk and Labov Panasiuk. Can we have your name and address, sir?
392 Dundas Street
Could
East.
you speak a little slower and a little louder into the microphone, please?
392 Dundas Street East. My last name is Panasiuk, first name Stan. I'm the owner of 392 Dundas Street East. Right side at me, second owner of 392 Dundas Street East, her name is Lyubov Panasiuk. She's also the owner of 392 Dundas Street East.
Okay, can you tell us what your concerns are?
I'm here to provide submission in support to my request to deny the application subject land 394 Dundas Street East, Toronto. Applicant A. Axel Road and owner of 394 Dundas Street East, Kiveng, committed offenses under Building Code Act, and I will ask you to write down the section. Section 36.
Just a minute. We don't have any mandate, sir, to deal with building code violations.
Your Honor.
So,
Chair, Mr. Chair, let me bring my submission.
You have to address the variances.
Okay. Variances, you cannot, in 2 words, you cannot consider application based on the false information provided by the applicant. There is 2 violation, quasi-criminal proceedings, okay? Building Code Act. They're in violation of the Building Code Act, section 36.1 and 36.2, and also Criminal Code of Canada, which is 130, just give me a second, 131.1 from the Criminal Code of Canada, perjury. So, let me go through who's in control of the drawings. Bring my request, please, so we'll go through the attachment and I will show you inconsistencies. Again, the major issue with this is not a variance, it's an arrogant proposal of false information to government official. Bring me, please, attachment 1 from my request to deny the application. It will be drawing 303. No. Attachment 1, please. Attachment 1.
That's it.
As you can see, and can you put aside to that attachment 1A?
Next down, it's a photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the picture of the existing backside of the house. The roof line, which stated by Mr. Axelrod, roof plane existing, is completely inconsistent with the existing shape of the roof. Now, can you please bring attachment 1A and attachment 2 side by side? Attachment 2, supposed to be consistent. It's the exact elevation. It says it's a north elevation existing. If you can see, even visually, you don't need to be an engineer for this, you don't need to be even an inspector for this. Visually, it does not consist, the shape of the roof doesn't consist with the existing shape of illegally modified roof. Building is in total disrepair. It's different, shape of the roof is completely different. It is illegally, if you look at the attachment 1A, please, the right side, can you put a marker? Yes, it is illegally extended. soffit into the neighboring property, which is encroachment case. Encroachment issue is in progress currently. We'll go further. Attachment 2A, please. Roof. Can you put your pointer deep? Yep, further deep. Go further. Further up. Further up on the roof. On the lower roof. Lower roof of the lower. This part is illegally built. It is a legal structure. It's built of inappropriate materials. If you look at the elevation, north elevation existing, it doesn't show that. It's not there even. Further to this, attachment 3, site plan. Attachment 3, site plan, drawing A100, site plan, again signed by Axel Road. The property line is incorrect. Garage is of incorrect shape and in the wrong location. Attachment 3A shows the bridge and encroachment into the 392 Dundas Street, illegal encroachment and bridge with the roof.
Sir, these are not things that we can deal with. So you have to address the... Pardon me? We have to address the variances here, and the variances...
Set of variances was not assessed correctly, since your examiner who examined the variances which are here before you are incorrect because they was made based on the false information and fabricated documents. Set of variances will be different. You cannot make a decision on the application with the false information, with the false drawing.
But the information you're telling us is false. It doesn't have anything to do with the use of the property. We're only concerned about the use of the property. So do you have any objection to deleting the necessity for retail and service uses on the main floor?
If there is a 5-7 that shows you wrong information and wrong drawings, most likely everything else has another issues as well. It's not true. Again, Chair, you don't have a jurisdiction to go and to make a decision based on the fabricated information provided by applicant.
Well, you haven't provided any evidence that the information provided is false, and we're not here as a committee of adjustments to decide whether it is or not. Presumably, there's been an examination of the material that was submitted, and it's found to be okay, and this isn't a...
Chair, with all due respect, I don't know who did the examination. There is a visual inconsistency in the shape of the roof. I really don't know who did the examination and in what way. Can you provide me, please, his license number? If he's a registered someone, like registered inspector, who approved drawing to be consistent with the property.
All right.
It's complete absurd. Yeah, it's a visual. You don't have to listen to me or to believe anything I'm saying. Send someone or go and do field examination yourself, or send someone whom you believe, who's reasonably competent. Okay. Do it for yourself. Take a measurement and take a pictures.
Sir, we've heard you. You have 17 seconds left. Please explain to us how this impacts your property. And after the hearing, we will talk to you and tell you the number in which you can call to get an inspector out to the site to do a proper site visit. Thank you.
The reasons are the following.
Okay, your time is up, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, the committee members have reviewed your letter that you submitted along with your photos. Okay?
everything is
So
there.
your
Results are there. Ma'am?
time is up. You've had 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to leave the podium. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Everything is in my submissions, Chair.
Thank you.
So can I have a word?
Sorry, no. Your 5 minutes is up.
No right to be.
Thank you. Please step away from the podium. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wang?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I don't think that this gentleman touched on anything that affected your application, so we're going into committee to deal with your application.
Understood. Thank you.
Any further questions? No. Okay. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notwithstanding the information that was just provided, and there may in fact be inaccuracies, I don't see that any of the items that were brought to our attention affect this variance. I think the variance is very straightforward and reasonable, and I have no difficulty in moving approval without conditions, and that's with the revised wording of the purpose of the application.
Right. Larry, you seconded. All in favor? Say here. Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 14, 625 Harvey Avenue. What's going on? Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a rear stairwell access, a rear lower ground floor terrace, and rear balconies located on the ground, second and third stories. The dwelling will contain 4 dwelling units. Also, the existing 1-story ancillary building detached garage in the rear yard will be maintained and unaltered. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. And we have reports from Urban Forestry and Metrolinx. Francis Quashie.
Francis, you've been unmuted. You may turn on your video. Francis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just having some technical problems with the video. Okay, I feel like I'm live now. Through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Francis Quashie. I'm a registered professional planner and an associate at MHBC Planning. My address is 750 Western Road, Ontario, Woodbridge. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the owner, who's also available to answer any questions. It is a fairly straightforward application, prepared to go through the presentation, but I'll leave it up to you if you feel I should do that.
We don't need a presentation, sir. Do you have it? Is Chris Caverson, is he the owner?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we don't need to hear from him. So is there anything you want to say to the panel before we go into committee?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, as I said, it's a fairly straightforward application for a 3-story fourplex. We are aware of comments provided by Urban Forestry with respect to the planting of one street tree, as well as comments from Metrolinx with respect to us going through their review process. So outside of that, we have no other concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sahir?
I just have a quick question. Variance number 2, you've got 33% request of 33% rear yard, soft landscaping. when I look at the site plan, I was just wondering, is anything there that could possibly be done to change that at all?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you look at the presentation, if you look at on the right-hand side, it shows the quantum of difference between what the zoning bylaw requires and what we're asking for. The reason for the variance is the stairs at the back, just to allow for secondary access to all the individual units. If you look at the quantum of difference between what exists right now and what we're proposing, it's just 2%. So if you look at the overall grand scheme of things, there's not a lot happening there. Thank you very much.
Sorry, yeah. The question was, is there anything you can do about the because you're asking for 30, sorry, was it 30%?
33.
33%.
33%.
Landscaping. Is there anything that could be done to increase that in any fashion? Because when I look at the rear, now the other question associated with this is you've got an existing garage. You've got, is the entrance to this garage from a lane or is it from that shared driveway? If it's a shared driveway, you've got a very small strip of asphalt and then you've got sod on the, I'm not sure what direction this is, but there's sod and there's a walkway in between. So is the sod new? Is the sod existing? How does a person drive into your garage? Do they go directly over the sod?
Yes, so as part of the proposal, the garage will cease to be a garage. It's going to become a storage space. So there's no vehicles will be driven across that driveway.
Okay. And just while I've got you on, you've got concrete paver at the front.
That's correct.
I'm not sure, does that suggest that it's impermeable concrete, or can we request that that be turned into permeable pavers?
I'm sure my client will be kicking me under the table, but we will do our best to look at the possibilities of having some permeable pavers.
I would like to actually add that as a condition, and the same thing with the rear. You've got a walkway at the rear that also be permeable.
You understand, sir, that here is proposing that he's going to, if he makes a motion for approval, he's going to make a condition that all the paving stones be permeable in the front and in the back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's something that we will consider. Unfortunately, it's not something that I can discuss with a client live, but it's something that we will consider.
Well, if we make it a condition, it's going to be compulsory. It's not something you're going to be able to consider. So, I mean, you should tell us now, yes or no. Is it going to create a problem, or is it okay?
I believe some adjustments can be made in the rear yard as opposed to the front yard. So yes, we can look at the possibilities of tightening some of the hard surfaces in the rear. In terms of the front, I believe there's going to be it requires a lot of work. So through you, Mr. Chair, I would ask that some consideration be given with respect to the magnitude of work that you're asking us to undertake.
So you want to get instructions from your client?
Mr. Harvie is available. I believe he's available online right now, so he could be invited to speak to it.
Make it a condition.
Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Mr. Chairman, and through you to the applicant, the asphalt surface that you have in the rear yard, if your garage is no longer going to be used as a garage, you don't need that area to be asphalted. That could be soft landscaping. I realize that you've got a right-of-way to the, or the person to the north has a driveway, but it's on their property for the majority of the space, and then it joins and becomes part of your right-of-way. I don't see, frankly, why that strip of asphalt paving can't be soft landscaping. Secondly, I'm concerned with the balconies and the stairways at the back and the privacy implications of those, and I feel that we need a condition that both the balconies and the landings of the stairway need to be provided with privacy screening on both the north and the south edges.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think you have to unmute Carl so he can speak because he's presently muted.
Chris, you've been unmuted.
I didn't catch that either.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. With respect to the asphalted area, that is a
Sir, we need your name and your address, please.
Of course. My name is Chris Caverson. I am the applicant, and my address is 625 Harvey Avenue.
Okay. All right, so could you address the issues raised, please?
Of course, absolutely. With respect to the comments about the asphalted area next to the proposed ancillary building, that is a shared laneway, an existing shared laneway, and I believe that that is required by way of an easement for the neighbor to the north. So I don't believe that sodding that area is a possibility because it may prevent them from being able to access the rear yard of their garage. With respect to the permeable pavers, I don't think that there is an issue with us doing permeable pavers in the rear. My only concern at the front of the building is where you can see the property line. That is an existing sidewalk. So I know it's showing as a concrete paver, but that is actually, I believe, the existing sidewalk. On our side of the property line, I think we can certainly look at that, but my preference would be, if it's at all possible, that we can do it in the rear yard. With respect to the front yard, just given its location and being adjacent to an existing sidewalk, I think our preference would have been to continue that concrete feature from the sidewalk up towards the porch.
Yeah, the property line is basically saying they can't touch that, that's city property.
Oh.
So we'd rather leave that as it is, but it's okay with doing that.
And the survey doesn't show that that's a right-of-way that needs to be maintained.
Yeah.
No, it's not a right-of-way, so it could be soft landscaping.
Although,
See, here's the survey. There's the right-of-way, it goes to there.
Yeah, it doesn't go, never goes all the way back.
Yeah.
there's the photo of it. So that's the driveway there. The neighbor uses it for the garage.
Yeah, sir, ordinarily, and I think in this case too, the easement over your property only extends to the end of your house, and after that, you each have to divert your driving onto your own property, so that that area behind your house is not subject to a right-of-way. So that could be soft landscaping.
As long as it's not subject to an easement, and we are able to alter that portion without any issue, then I don't see any issue with us expanding the soft landscaping area into that area.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we should,
We need to know how much that is.
maybe just make a condition.
We need to put a condition in.
No, not necessarily. You can say that area, be from the back of his house.
But that would change variance number 2. He would have more than 33%.
I'm just wondering, again, given that we are essentially maintaining the existing condition, is that something similar to, I think, a previous one that was heard, where it could be made as a suggestion as opposed to a condition, similar to what was done with the previous file and the addition of the planters?
The other alternative is if that area, as my colleague had suggested, if that area is permeable pavers, then it wouldn't change the variance, and maybe technically at this stage, maybe that's the easiest thing to do.
If that is something that we could include as a condition to the rear to change those hardscaped areas to permeable pavers as an alternative, I think that that's something that we could look at and could agree to.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so Larry or Carl? Larry or Carl make, pardon?
He didn't respond to the screen. Well, I just put the condition in that. Okay, do you want to go ahead?
Well, you,
okay. So, Mr. Chairman, with the changes that we've suggested, I think that this is eminently a supportable application. I think it provides additional space for residential uses and so forth, and I think that that's desirable. I would like to move approval subject to a number of conditions. There's a Metrolinx condition, a Forestry 3 condition, that the north and the south edges of the rear balconies and stair landings are to be provided with privacy screening, and pardon me one second, in the rear yard, the area, the hardscaped area is in the rear yard, sorry, okay, will be impermeable paving. That's probably the easiest.
Converted.
Is that, did she negotiate the front too? Is that okay?
Yeah, the front, my concern with the front is this is a new build.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
his
mostly
property.
on Municipal Boulevard. That's the problem he's got.
So is that, did I get everything? Okay, that's it then.
Have a seconder, say here. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir. Item number 15, 1068 Dundas Street West. The purpose of this application is to convert the existing lawful non-conforming retail use located on the ground floor and basement area within the 2 1/2 story semi-detached building into a cafe eating establishment. The residential use on the 2nd and 3rd stories, as well as the rear detached garage, will be maintained and unaltered. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Email correspondence from planning and a staff report from Transportation Services. Edward Lee.
Good afternoon, Edward Lee here, 6 Argyle Street, Toronto.
Yeah. Okay, so you just want to change the use?
Yes, if I may provide some backstory on this.
Yes.
My client, who is the cafe tenant, signed a lease on this space. It was formerly a retail store selling plants. So being a commercial use, they didn't assume that there'd be any issues with changing the use to another commercial use. 3 doors over is Morning Parade Cafe. So within the same block, there's also another cafe. So all signs pointed to this being a formality change of use application for permit. And they found out after consulting with me that this stretch of Dundas properties at the north end of Trinity Bellwoods is zoned for residential use only, and that all of the existing commercial uses on this stretch are existing legal non-conforming uses that are essentially grandfathered in. So I had to be the bearer of bad news to explain that changing from a retail store to a cafe would require a trip to Committee of Adjustments to recognize the new proposed non-conforming use. So we're here before you to please consider the greater context of this address. There are lots of other cafes, other legal non-conforming cafes on this stretch, and it's an unusual little bit of Dundas Street, which is zoned residential. Once you cross Shaw, commercial mixed CR zone continues. So essentially the tenant is stuck being in this lease and obviously cannot operate without this official change of use in order to get their required licensing for their cafe use.
All right. Yeah, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you run us through how the boulevard will change? I noticed that there's going to be a cafe use out on the boulevard. And if you look at I presume you've seen the transportation staff report. They want you to change the site plan to show some of those details and loading, unloading space. Can you just walk us through how that
Yes, absolutely. Yep. So I briefed the cafe owners well before this transportation staff letter came through. This is entirely city property. They should they be approved as a cafe eating establishment, they would have to apply to the Cafe TO sidewalk patio program to have a city sidewalk patio approved. Transportation Services is asking obviously for the existing fence. There's an existing canopy that was covering the garden center that used to be on the sidewalk. Anything that is existing there that is not approved by Cafe TO would have to be removed. So in essence, I mean, their priority is to get the use of the building approved, and we would apply over the winter for a Cafe TO sidewalk application, and whatever the city's concerns or requirements for that we'd address. So there's nothing on the sidewalk patio that requires to be maintained, and the tenants are fully understanding that anything that's there, just because it's there existing, does not mean that it will be acceptable to remain as part of a sidewalk Cafe TO patio.
And can you tell us where will deliveries occur, and how will they get the products, and how will they create the food?
Yes, everything through the front door. This is a 20-seat cafe at best, selling pre-made croissants and coffee. And if you look at the site plan, the ground floor plan, it's there's no kitchen, there's nothing, there's no service really required other than delivery of coffee beans and croissants, which can be just through the front door.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, here.
Just a quick question. I take in this is not existing at the moment. Still, it hasn't. You haven't actually. It's not a functioning cafe at the moment.
They've done their renovation, and it was only when they were applying for their business license that it was flagged as requiring zoning approval. And this is why we are before you, and we're very grateful for how quickly the timelines for hearings are, because every week that goes by, essentially they need to get their licensing in place. So they're just trying to survive at the moment because of their lease agreement. They didn't account for having to go to Committee of Adjustment for this use. So I'm hoping that after today they'll have their official approval, and we still have to wait for the appeals period to pass, but I will try to get them their legal business license as soon as possible. But the renovation is complete.
Thank you.
And we will be applying for a building permit for interior alterations together with the official change of use once the final binding letter is received.
All right, thank you. We have a motion. Yes, here.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is it's a very practical solution for that particular location. It's already a retail operation. Turning it into a cafe for local residents, I think makes eminent sense. There's no kitchen involved. So I would like to move approval. The only condition is a transportation condition, and wish them well.
All right, seconder?
Sure.
Larry, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the time right now and the next three items. Item number 16, we have 5 speakers in opposition. Item 17, we have 1 speaker in opposition, and then item 18, we have at least, this is the one where they're requesting deferral, but there are 6 speakers in opposition. And the fact that we're breaking between 2 to 3 today, because we have been sitting here since 9:30 this morning with only a 10-minute break. I'm wondering if you want to hold items 16 and 18 till after our break and deal with item 17.
Okay. All right, let's do that. Just a minute, I don't know who you are, but I haven't called you yet, so let's just wait a minute. Number 17. .350A Walmer Road, purpose of the application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, front and rear south 4th story balconies, a rear second level deck, and a rear basement walkout. With this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry. We have opposition from one property on Walmer Road. Frank Tahiri Koram Abadi. Is that you? That's me. Okay, can we have your full name, your name and your address, please?
My name is Frank Tahiri. I'm from 6 Design Architects at 156 Duncan Mill Road, Unit 21, North York, Ontario, M3B3N2.
Okay, so I understand that there's been some settlement, but there's still an outstanding issue with respect to shoring and waterproofing. Is that correct?
I would say not, because my client, the owner who's sitting here, has already approached the neighbors for doing the shoring and doing the waterproofing with minimal cooperation from the neighbors. I've attached the correspondence between my client, their lawyer, and the neighbor's lawyer. Unfortunately, we are not getting the level of cooperation that is needed from the neighbor. I understand the history of the project is that we were in front of the committee back in August, and we were asked to adjourn and talk to the neighbor. Although we had already spoken with them multiple times, we did arrange a meeting in September. We met with them, and we agreed on the things that are related to this application. And unfortunately, they came back with another letter stating that the balcony on the 4th story, which is not accessible, will be potentially problematic in a future development that might happen or might not happen on the south neighbor's property. However, we discussed all those items, and that's why we decided to make the balcony inaccessible, although it will make the maintenance of that balcony significantly harder because there's a skylight there. And we also did revert back the deck to original approved deck design from the TLAB decision in order to make the neighbor happy. But, and this was agreed on in the meeting. However, they came back and again, basically have complaints.
So are there one issue or two issues?
Right now, in their complaint letter, they're saying that the opening on the third story of the building is going to cause a privacy issue in a future development that might happen.
Okay,
or
so
might.
there's two issues, right? The foundation and the skylight, right?
The foundation is not an issue because shoring is already taking place. We are already shoring the property. The building already has a building permit with the TLAP decision, and the footprint, nothing about this building is being changed compared to the original approved drawings.
So I understood that the skylight, you wanted to enlarge it, and the TLAB said, gave you a certain size, and you're trying to enlarge it. Is that right?
No. If the committee members can pull up our presentation, basically the original design, if they can pull it up on the screen.
Supplementary.
It's all related to the original design and the new design. The original design had one basically straight wall going up on one side of the house, which allowed us to have a wider third floor, which resulted in basically a wider opening on the third floor. Now, because of the slopes on the third floor on both sides, what we have to do is we have to lengthen the third floor, and that results in just different dimensions, same area, different dimension of that third floor courtyard, I would like to call it.
Okay. So, Carl?
Mr. Chairman, could we, on the submission that this gentleman made, it's in the supplementary agenda, there's a very, very good 3 drawings that are highlighted that I think show the issue clearly. It shows the TLAB approval, it shows his current proposal, and the difference. If you just go down. Further. I don't know which page it is. It's corresponding 17H3A.
It's part of the presentation package. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the supplemental. It's on the. You got it? Do you know what page that is? Yeah. An excellent representation of what we're dealing with. No, this. This shows the issue.
I think I explained to you last time, we don't have the power to change the lab approval unless there's an agreement. So why don't we go to Mr. Mills and find out what actually is agreed to? Mr. Mills?
Can you hear me all right? Actually, I think you're only going to let one of us speak, so we were hoping that Mr. Eng, my client, who is the neighbor, could speak.
Okay.
Or perhaps we should.
Edward, you've been unmuted.
Yep, can you hear me and see me?
Well, we can hear somebody. I don't know who it is.
Oh, it's Ed.
Okay. Are you Mr. Eng?
Yes, I am. I'm Mr. Eng.
Okay.
I'll unmute my video. There you go.
All right. Can we have
My name is
your
Edward Eng. I live at 348 Walmer Road.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm trying to get it straight, but I understand that you've made some agreements to change the TLAB decision, and you're now stuck, is it 2 issues or 1 issue?
2 issues outstanding.
Okay, one is shoring and waterproofing, the other is the skylight on the 3rd or 4th floor?
Correct.
Okay, so we're not here to resolve those problems.
Okay.
If, as far as I'm concerned, and I think my colleagues too, if you have a dispute, you have to take it to TLAB. We will just approve what you agreed to, and the rest remains as TLAB decided it.
That's fair. The only thing that I've agreed to is the rear deck that's been lowered to 7 risers above ground. But the 2 outstanding issues, which is the third floor well, which is twice as big as what was approved by TLAB, as well as the shoring and waterproofing issue, I agree. You don't need to approve those because, to your point, they both violate the TLAB order.
Okay, so let's just go through the variances and see which ones we can approve because you agreed, or which ones we can't. So number 1, the new dwelling will have a floor space index equal to 0.73. Is that okay?
So I approve all the variances except for the 3rd floor well and the shoring and waterproofing issue.
Okay, so where are those variances?
They're not variances because the TLAB order specified the size of the well in the TLAB plans, and these plans being presented to you today have a well that's twice as big as what was approved by TLAB.
Okay, so all the variances are okay?
Yes, they are consistent with the TLAB order.
Okay, so but the drawings are not consistent, is that right?
Agreed.
Okay, and the shoring and waterproofing?
Yes, both of those were supposed to be done, only shoring is being done, waterproofing is not being done to my house as we speak.
Okay, so I'm not sure how we proceed here. I mean, we can approve the application because you say those are agreed to, but then there's still the issues of, there's still those 2 issues.
Correct.
Okay.
The original plans?
Well, I don't know whether we have the original, but tie it to the decision.
Also, did you say the building permit's been issued?
Building permit is issued, the shoring is taking place, the
What did the
neighbor
drawings
has
that have been submitted for building permit look like? The ones that you have?
The building permit is issued based on the TLAB decision. That's why we are applying again to change it to the new design, which is more consistent with the neighborhood. What I can elaborate on is that for waterproofing, I've included correspondence between my client and the neighbor that we've instructed them that we want to proceed with the waterproofing. We've given them 5 business days to allow us to excavate beside his house and put the waterproofing on. We haven't received proper responses, and in a construction project, things have to flow in a certain way.
You said you're not going to do it if they...
No, it's not that we're not going to do it, it's just
They
that...
didn't get the approval in time.
Sorry?
You have a lot of documents in the supplementary.
Yes.
About advising them about what you were going to do and giving them a deadline to get back to you, but you didn't get a reply.
You didn't get a proper reply and we even try to move forward and excavate beside their house so that we can put the waterproofing on. And there's only a 60 centimeter distance between the new house and the old house with the shoring being placed. So they even called the police on my client to stop him doing the waterproofing. There's still other ways of enforcing that waterproofing clause in the MOS, which can be done from interior of the house. If it has to go through. But at the end of the day, my client here has done his very best to basically do the waterproofing, do the shoring, and make changes that are...
All right, as I said at the outset, we can't resolve the problem. We can, Mr. Eng has told us that the application is okay. We can approve the application. With respect to those 2 issues, your either have to persuade Mr. Eng or you have to abide by the TLAB decision. Yeah, or go back to TLAB, have it changed.
If this would resolve the issue, we can include the line that says we're gonna take care of waterproofing and shoring, which is already being done.
No, just to be clear, they have asked me to waterproof my house because they wanted me to waive the shoring. As you can see from their letter, from their lawyer in June, they asked me to waive the shoring, even though the building permit says shoring is required, and the MOS, my agreement, says both shoring and waterproofing were required. They only want to do either. Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Eng, we can't get involved in that issue. I mean.
Okay, fair enough. Got it.
We're gonna. I'm proposing to the panel that we approve the application and just put in a note that there's a TLAB decision that requires to be abided by with respect to other issues.
Fine, thank you.
Just clarification, Chair. Sabrina, do we have to speak to the plans that are submitted? Like, the plans have the new, larger light well in it. So if we approve that, are we approving that revised plan? So can we make an approval of the variances but not tie it to plans, or somehow?
Subject to, make it subject to the TLAB decision.
Does that work?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, but so you're considering approving the variances, and the plans that were submitted reflect these variances, right?
Yeah, but they also.
The TLAB plans may not reflect these variances that you're approving today, if you are to approve. And they already have a building permit. So,
In accordance with the TLAB decision.
according to the TLAB decision, but now we have a new application that's before us with 5 variances.
Yeah, that have been.
So
if we approve that, are we contravening the TLAB order?
well, what you're doing is you're going to be tying them back to plans that they don't have a permit for. They have a permit. Well, they have a permit for those plans, but they don't have a permit for these new plans that show these new variances.
You're gonna continue to amend that permit with this, yeah.
We don't have to call up plans, though, in any decision.
You don't have to tie the approval directly to the plans if you feel that it's.
I think we dealt with this last time we dealt with this application, because we said when you approve something, it's supposed to be substantially in accordance with the plans. And these were completely different plans.
So there's plans that the TLAB considered and as part of their approval, and now there's these new set of plans with the variances.
These variances presumably reflect the new plans.
That's right.
The issue is the TLAB, we can't change the TLAB plans. Does anybody know if any of these variances contravene the TLAB plans?
No, so all the variances are exactly line by line, same as the variances that was approved
by TLAB.
By the TLAB. So variances are the same. The only difference is TLAB was tied to the plans. These new variances are not yet tied to the plan. You can tie them to the plans that we currently have on the screen, or you can just approve the variances. Both of them are a possibility.
Mr. Ing is.
But these plans are not consistent with the TLAB plans in terms of site plan and elevations.
What did you say?
I didn't catch it.
These plans are not consistent with TLAB site plans and elevations.
They're not consistent?
They are not consistent with the TLAB site plans and elevations, even though they may be in compliance with the zoning bylaws. They are not consistent with the TLAB approved plan, site plan and elevations.
Yeah, that's what I understood. But this is on consent, right? You're not objecting to these variances.
I'm not objecting to the variances. I'm objecting to the plans which are not consistent with the TLAB plans.
Mr. Chairman, we could be here until midnight and never resolve this. The applicant, I think, has been very clear from the very beginning. These are the variances that were before, that were part of the TLAB submission. He's indicated that they are in agreement with the TLAB plans that they got a building permit for and that TLAB approved. I think it's reasonable to proceed with approving these variances and not tying them to plans.
No, but you still have, they're still supposed to be substantially in accordance with the plans that are filed before us, and they're not.
Where does it say that?
Consistent with the TLAB.
Can we not tie them to the TLAB approved plans?
That's what I think we have.
Yeah.
Okay, if we can
Could we
do
do
that,
that,
yeah.
Sabrina? Can we tie it to the approved?
Yeah, you can do that. Tie them to the TLAB approved plans. That makes sense.
Sorry, I think we need to stop. We're in committee, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't hear from the speaker or from the applicant. Okay. I don't believe that you can tie them to the TLAB plans because they differ from these sets of plans. Any issues that have already been raised is not a matter that we can deal with before committee. The shoring is not a matter that we can deal with before committee. So what's before you right now are 5 variances, and if you are to approve the 5 variances, it would be without tying to plans. And they would work through the building division, through their current permit that they have, as well as with these new variances.
But as I understand it, they filed plans with us that are different than they filed with the TLAB, and these variances, although they're presumably word for word, they're not this, you're not building the same building.
However, this is a new application now, right? So you had an application that was appealed to TLAB, but now we're starting again with this new application. So it's like what Carl had suggested. If they wanted to go back to TLAB, then the owners would have to appeal this back to TLAB, right? Because we can't accept third-party appeals. So now we have to take this as our new application.
So then
So then they will submit the decision, and if it becomes final and binding, to the building division based on these variances and the plans that are before us today.
So they could get an amended building permit?
Yes.
But they're still tied to the TLAB other issues that aren't dealt with here.
Again, they're working through the shoring issue. And again, that's not something that's before us, it's a building code matter.
So it kind of comes down to the light well.
Yeah, because the light well is part of these plans.
Yeah. So the current plans are proposing a light well which is larger than what TLAB is approving, and that's what Mr. Ng is concerned about.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what you can do.
For these plans, it's for the TLAB plans, so.
But what you can do is, if you want to tie them to the plans, you can, the plans that are before us today, excluding the light well.
Here's a solution.
Can I add that the light, well, there's no variance related to that, just.
That might be an elegant way of doing it.
Why we have, I don't understand why we have to tie them to plans at all. It looks as though this is going to change over time.
Yeah, no, but when you approved, we had this in another application. I thought it was this one, but I think it's another one we had, where they complied with there'd been an approval, they complied with the variances, but they made a completely different house. The plans were completely different. They didn't go above 11 meters or whatever. But so, and we were told at the time, probably by Sabrina, that when you approve something, you're to build something substantially in accordance with the plans filed.
So if we approved these variances and tied them to the current plans,
Excluding the.
Well, I don't know how that would work, because if you exclude that, what's that used for?
It would have to be resolved, either by negotiation or going back to TLAB.
Through you, Mr. Chair, whenever building division reviews an application, it's always substantially in accordance with the plans that have been approved, if there is no condition tying them to the plans. Even if we tie plans, it's always substantially in accordance with.
Yeah.
In this case, if you don't want to tie them to the floor plans, you can tie them to the elevation plans.
And would that be the revised plans?
It's the plans that are before you today. This is the application that is before us today.
Then I think if you're going to tie them to even to the elevations, Sabrina, this issue is still going to come up, because it shows on the elevations as well. I think maybe the excluding, your suggestion, excluding the light well is the way to go. Because I mean, I don't see.
I mean, sorry, so through you, Mr. Chair, point of correction. The terminology may not be excluding the light well, but not pertaining to the light well.
The light well deck maybe, because it's not just the light well, it's the light well and this
Right.
substantial walkway around it.
You better have the,
And then if that changes, then they still have the ability to reduce
Okay,
or change or modify.
Yeah.
that's it there.
what number is it?
Correction there.
Well,
Should
the
put it
elevation,
in.
this is a floor plan, not
It
an
shows
elevation.
on 2 floor plans and the elevations. It shows on the
Second-
third and the second floor
Second
plan.
and third floor
And
floor
on the
plan.
elevation.
All right, but there's a number on this, isn't there?
No, that's at the bottom. It's that number.
A104,
And it's on the second floor plan.
A103.
And it's on the elevations.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we can come out of committee if there is another question about this light well to the applicant.
I would, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to make sure that what we're doing isn't creating hardship for him, that something that we didn't understand. I'd like to come out of committee to just make sure he understands what we're trying to do.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
If I can elaborate, basically, we've made that deck completely inaccessible. Previously, we had, based on the meetings that we had with Mr. Eng, so we've made it completely inaccessible. There's no doors around it. And that walkway was previously there to service the skylight. Right now, it's just the roof. It's not a walkway anymore. It's completely inaccessible. I'd like to basically say that based on the previous meeting that we had and the meeting that we had with Mr.
We
Eng.
don't want to discuss, all we know is it's not approved. It hasn't been agreed to by,
No, in the meeting,
what's on your plan, so we're not going to approve it.
And is there an elevation?
And you're going to have to work it out with Mr. Eng. Yes?
I'm actually the owner of 350 Walmer A. The exact same changes were made to 350B substantially. I've tried several times since acquiring the property from October 2018 to reason with Mr. Eng.
We can't get into the dispute between the two of you.
The reason why we're back is because these plans are tied to the designs made in 2017. I am the new owner of the property. The owners have changed since the TLAB decision. The reason why I'm coming back is because I want to make the changes to be the designs that I want and persistent to the neighboring property.
But you still have to comply with the TLAB decision.
And I have been complying with the TLAB decisions.
All right, but you're not complying with respect to the light well. Okay, anyways, so Carl, did you want to make a motion? We'll help you.
Thank you.
I nominate Carl.
I'd like to move approval of the variances that we have before us. And with the exception of the.
We don't want to say exception, because Sabrina said,
Okay, and tying it to
But
the,
pertaining to,
okay, both, first of all, tying it to drawings A104, A105, and A201-1, with the exception of the skylight deck, which is what I would call it, because it's not just the skylight. Does that work?
Okay.
And those three drawings.
Any other
are the
conditions?
the roof plan, the third floor plan, and the elevation plan.
Forestry 1 and 2?
And forestry 1 and 2, thank you.
I'll second that, Chair.
I think we want to say, well, I don't know whether we want to say subject, that it's still subject to, the balance of the building still subject to the TLAP decision.
I think it.
Is that okay, Sabrina?
Not sure you need.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe you need that.
So I'll second that motion, Chair.
I think it may not be absolutely necessary, but I think we should bring to the attention of person issuing a building permit that there is another decision that affects.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they have that already. We can put it in as for the record
Yeah.
in the minutes.
Is that okay? Okay. All right. So, all right. So there's a seconder. Larry seconded. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
You understand what we did?
A little bit confused.
Okay, we'll tell you in a moment. We're gonna be taking a lunch break now, and we will commence at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
It seems more complicated than it needed to be.
I thought it was complicated when I was going through the agenda. Oh, this is a terrible mouse. I need to stop the video, don't I?
You can turn the video off.
Turn off videos and mics.
Turn off my mic.
So I didn't know. I thought that I thought they still, keep going, and then I was going to not leave. I didn't know they actually. That's good. That's good. I was going to call ahead, see that you guys are ready.
This is Mr. Abhorrent. Are we ready? Ready? We're now at number 1621 Heathdale Road. And with this application, you have material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from Urban Forestry, a letter from Councillor Matlow, and opposition from properties on Claxton and Heathdale. Oh, okay, so that's it. And the purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front porch, a side west 3rd-story balcony, a rear 2nd-story terrace, a rear ground floor terrace, and a rear in-ground swimming pool. Mr. Bronskill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
So we need your name and your address.
Thank you, sir. David Bronskill from Goodman's LLP, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, here on behalf of the applicant, sir.
Okay. Lots of opposition, as you know, so we need a presentation from you.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to do that. So, sir, as you may recall, this did receive a previous public notice and hearing, and there was a deferral. That public hearing notice at the time had 10 variances listed. What my clients have done, it's a family looking to build their new home for them and their children. They've actually reduced it from 10 variances, sir, to 3. And so just to note for you, sir, the public hearing notice just has those 3 variances: FSI, ground floor height, and porch height, whereas before there were variances for length, depth, height, balconies, and the below-grade garage. So we're now down, sir, to the 3 variances that are before you. I'm going to quickly deal with just that ground floor height and porch height variances, sir. The ground floor height's 1.52. The porch height is 1.4. Those are both above the bylaw requirement of 1.2, but this is a function partly of the street and the grade. The existing house has a ground floor height of 1.5 meters, so we're actually only 2 centimeters above in terms of the existing house. Same thing, the porch height for the existing house is 1.38 meters, and we're going to 1.4 for this. And it's to facilitate both the entrance and not having what would be deemed to be a below-grade garage that necessitate those. When we look at the street, the impact of this type of potential increase in the first floor is stairs. You can see there are some risers there leading up to the front door. But there are other homes, frankly, within the neighborhood that have similar grade changes and similar arrangements in terms of the number of stairs coming up to the porch. So we don't see this as a big change to the character of the neighborhood. If I could ask staff to go to the color site plan that was up, sir, with my thanks. I'm going to spend the rest of my time just on the FSI variance because I think most of the opposition appears to be focused on the numeric aspect of the FSI that's before you. The green line, sir, existing house and garage to be demolished. The red line, it represents the permitted building envelope. And I think I've shown you in the past similar graphics. So the front wall, in fact, is behind the required front yard setback to align with the home at number 23. There are no side yard setback variances for the house. The length and depth comply, so the building length is 17 meters, the building depth is 17.51 meters, both of which in fact are measured slightly beyond the rear wall with those projecting windows of the houses, in fact to the line of the basement below. And just to note for the panel, the measurement from the front wall to the back of those rear window projections is actually 16.24 meters. So it's a house that doesn't actually exceed length and depth. Where the additional density is coming from is in the third floor. So it's a 67.44 or 0.6744 if it's just the ground and second floor. The third floor has an additional 60.79 square meters. That results in the 0.7834. And it's frankly quite a modest third story within the roof line. If staff could quickly, just as I end for you, sir, go to the render. That's the third floor there, thank you. Go to the rendering quickly. There's no height variance required. So that front elevation, there's no side yard setback variances required. There's no front yard setback. So all of that front elevation, with the exception of the porch elevation, as I noted to you earlier with those two variances, is exactly as contemplated by the bylaw. The additional FSI that takes us from the 0.674 to the 0.78.3 is the GFA that would be behind that circular window. So the build form itself doesn't change with or without that additional third floor GFA. So all in all, we think in terms of how it fits in accordance with what the bylaw permits, we actually think this is a house that has been really well designed. Significant modifications have been made since it was before the committee last time. And aside from just the number, it's actually a house with minimal impacts and one that we hope the committee would support, subject to the urban forestry condition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, quick question.
Yes. Larry.
I'm just looking at a street view. How would you characterize the massing of your client's proposal with 23 right adjacent? I mean, it doesn't, from a quick glance, it doesn't look terribly dissimilar.
I would actually say that's entirely the intent of the design. That elevation that staff have put up is a good one. 23 has a similar structure roof line. It's a different approach to the dormers. I acknowledge that. It's more of a square dormer. This is more of a rounded dormer. But it's a very, very similar treatment in terms of what's immediately adjacent at 23.
No, this is 23. Yeah. This is the one that moved.
Yeah.
Looks very similar.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. Michael Levitt. Got a lot of Levitts today. My wife's maiden name.
Michael, you've been unmuted and you may turn on your video. And can you also confirm whether you're still speaking on behalf of Vanessa Jacobs and Neil Jacobs?
Where is he?
And 22 Heathdale Road, Brian and Joanne Pouquier.
I think, sir, Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
Yes. Could you start over because we only got the last part of your address?
You can't hear me?
We can hear you, but we didn't hear you from the beginning. We only heard the last part of your address. So if you could just repeat your name and your address.
Sure. My name is Michael Levitt. My address is 19 Heathdale Road. I'm the neighbor to the immediate east of the property and the application in question, and I'm representing 4 additional homeowners. Did you hear me read those out?
Well, we didn't catch it, so you could just tell us what.
Would you like me to do it again?
Yes.
Okay. The Jacobs family at 36 Claxton Road. The Brady and Lampard family at 17 Heathdale Road. The Roth and Eisenberg family at 29 Heathdale Road. And the Pouquier family at 22 Heathdale Road.
Okay, so we have Vanessa Jacobs Armstrong and Neil Jacobs on our list to speak. I assume they're not speaking. You're going to speak on their behalf?
I believe that's correct if they were at 36 Claxton, yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, let us have your comments, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Committee of Adjustment members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Levitt, and I live at 19 Heathdale Road. I'm representing the residents just mentioned. Those who could not attend the hearing today have submitted letters of objection prior to the hearing, totaling 12, plus I believe the Councillor Josh Matlow. Before I begin going over our concerns with the variances, I want to refer you to the second paragraph of the letter I submitted. Before I address the technical objections we have with the submitted application, I want to address our very profound concern of how the owners at 21 Heathdale have managed the process at hand. In advance of the previous hearing, we had a number of neighbours impacted by the proposed variances reach out to the owners in the spirit of working together to address and resolve the issues. Our approaches were rejected, and it was not until the hearing itself when a representative for the owners informed the committee that they were seeking a deferral to allow them to work with the neighbours to find a mutually agreeable path forward. Not one attempted approach was made to any of us during the months that followed. Not a word. We continued to wait for them to raise the issue, but heard nothing until we received the package of materials for this hearing several weeks ago. We were also mortified to see accusations in their online submission that the neighbours were, and I quote, aggressive and abhorrent, an attempt to impugn our collective good character. Nothing could be further from the truth. Let it be said that even if they had had an issue with one or of the 12 or so neighbours that had objected to their filing, they certainly could have reached out to the others, including myself and my wife, and we have certainly had no negative interactions with them at any time since this application was initiated. The onus was on them. The bottom line is that they made the commitment to your committee to engage with us, and that did not happen. They have not asked for our feedback. They have not taken our concerns into account. They have failed to communicate with us in any way, and in fact, our primary concern has never been addressed. In terms of the variances before you today, the big issue for us is the floor space index. This variance does not meet 3 of the 4 tests of good planning. It's not minor, it's not desirable, and it does not maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaws. We're not disputing the addition of a 3rd floor or garage, so their supporting material is largely irrelevant. We also understand that the additional square footage is being located as much as possible under the roofline. The location of the additional square footage is not the issue. The issue is clear and simple. There is no precedent in this quiet, established neighbourhood for 80% coverage. Using the examples provided by the applicant's architect in his supporting materials for this hearing, our consultant pulled the impact square footage above grade for each, and none are above 63%. 37 Heathdale, the most recent application prior to this, was awarded 68% a mere 4 months ago, and this is now the highest coverage on the street. The applicants are asking for significantly more. This variance should be rejected since no precedent exists in this amount of coverage, and it sets a dangerous precedent. We reject the narrative of the inevitability of these homes becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. The first set of supporting materials provided by the applicant's architect in November 2022 clearly shows the higher densities in the range they are requesting are not close to Heathdale Road. Most of them are on the other side of the Cedar Vale Ravine, which is a very, very different situation. The height of the first floor and main entrance. If the supporting material from the applicant's architect is correct, they are currently legal non-conforming, as it shows the current first floor height is 1.5 meters, where 1.2 meters are allowed, and the current porch height is 1.38 meters, where 1.2 meters are allowed. These 2 variants are minor in nature and not an issue themselves. The concerns of the residents are the large outdoor deck on the ground floor and the second floor balcony, which due to its increased height are more intrusive to the immediate neighbours. As well, many of the neighbours have voiced their concerns over the fact that the footprint of the new proposed home is being brought 8 feet forward towards the front line, disrupting the character and rhythm of the existing street, a special street with a special streetscape, as you will see from numerous of the objections before you.
Mr. Levitt, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. In my case, my house will be significantly impacted by the light being reduced and the size of this jutting out in front. We respectfully request that the Committee of Adjustment listen to the 13 applications for objection before you and reject this application. We remain open and willing to meet the applicants to address these concerns.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Ann Yarnell.
Anne, you've been unmuted.
It's Lawrence Cass, C-A-S-S-E. Our address is 34 Claxton Boulevard, Toronto, Ontario, M6C, M1L8.
All right, sir, could we have your name? Because we didn't get it. You came on with your address.
Oh, sorry. My name is Lawrence Cass, C-A-S-S-E. I'm the husband of Ann Yarnell, who had to go back to work this afternoon. She was expecting the hearing in the morning.
Okay.
And do you have a...
All right, thank you. Please let us have your comments.
Okay. We have come together as a group of neighbors, along with municipal politicians, to fight for the protection of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is Cedarvale. We are surrounded by ravines, historic homes, and boulevards, all within a few minutes of the downtown core. It is characterized by green spaces, trees, and wildlife. It is a wonderful place to live. Our family's lived here for 23 years. Our house is situated directly behind the proposed building. Our backyards face directly onto 21 Heathdale. So it matters of concern to us. We have 5 trees in our backyard that are stunningly beautiful, over a century old, and whose roots lie under the shared fence between our house and the proposed structure. We also believe there's a septic tank buried beneath the applicant's property that needs to be addressed, where the swimming pool is going to be. The arborist report submitted by the applicants does not guarantee the survival of our trees, especially considering that the applicants plan on excavating a 24-foot swimming pool just 60 inches from our shared fence. There's no mention in the plan as to how to safely remove the septic tank that we believe lies underneath. Its removal might endanger the trees, the natural animal habitat, and plants. Our position is the applicant's request to increase their floor space by almost twofold is not a minor variance. As has been said, the size of the proposed structure will set a precedent that will allow future homes to also exceed 80% of their allowable footage. The applicants, as has been said, never approached us to discuss their plans, except when they came by to hand out the package on the initial application. Their proposed balcony will hang directly over our backyard and reduce our privacy and our right to enjoy the house that we love. I want to emphasize that we've never had direct interaction with the applicants. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider the significant impact this proposed structure may have on the environment, the historical integrity of our neighborhood, our privacy, and the well-being of the long-standing residents. We believe that a collaborative approach that takes into account the concerns of all the stakeholders is crucial in preserving the character of Cedarvale, and we're concerned about the precedent that this might set. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? No. Gad Caro.
Me?
Hello?
Hi, this is Gad Carroll from 23 Heathdale Road.
All right. Can we have your comments, sir?
Yeah. So I'd like to identify what our 2 main objections to the proposal are. The proposed home moves the existing footprint forward 8 feet. We understand that this issue of sightline is not a variance issue, but is a planning and public policy issue, so bear with me just for a few seconds while I explain. As Michael pointed out, this street sightline has a beautiful uniformity to it. It's part of what makes the street so very attractive. As one of the architects on the street characterized it, it has a beautiful rhythm, and I think everybody agrees with that. Allowing one house to be pulled forward changes the entire street for everyone, and of course, once one house does it, the precedent is set for all new builds to do it. And this impacts all of us, but most of all, neighbors on either side. Our dear neighbor directly to our west has recently passed away, and we have no idea what will happen to that home. If the heirs decide to sell it, and 21 Heathdale is granted this application, then future purchasers of 25 Heathdale would have precedent to do the same. Then we're looking at 2 new homes moving forward, and maybe in an effort to maximize as much of the lot as possible, some might even go further than the 8 feet. But in our very real scenario, we would be boxed in by houses on either side of us going forward. Aside from being undesirable for the neighborhood, we'd be directly impacted, as would the neighbors to the east at 19 Heathdale. That is why we objected to the height variances, and while they appear minor by themselves, we're asking the committee to consider the whole rather than each single piece. The second reason we objected to the height variance has to do with the proposed second floor balcony. The second floor balcony has been positioned on the west side rear corner of the house. There are no second floor or third floor balconies in the area. The applicant wants to raise their home, which raises the first floor deck, and add 2 balconies. That's 3 levels of outdoor space. We're fine with everything but the second floor balcony, and in particular, specific location. If you've had a chance to have a look at the photos in our letter, you'll see that the west side of the garage wall is in our backyard, essentially. Its proximity is in our backyard, not a foot away or 3 feet away. It's part of our backyard. Now, we're not disputing a balcony variance here. We're saying that the insensitive placement of the balcony all but abuts our backyard. Please look at the photos. Are you able to pull those? Have a look. Are you able to have a look at those photos?
It's opposition number 8.
Sorry?
There.
Are you through, sir?
You just had
No, I'm just wondering if you're able to have a look at the photos that we submitted with our letter.
Yeah.
I think you just had them on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you see exactly how it's going to be placed into our overlooking our backyard. So I'm asking respectfully that we deny the second floor balcony on the grounds that it creates substantial interference with the overlook, privacy, and quiet enjoyment. Putting a balcony on the rear of a home of this proposed size, such that it's directly overlooking the neighbor, is incredibly insensitive. The impact is not just on ours, but our Claxton Road neighbors as well. I think this is probably a good example of something I think we could easily have been worked out if our neighbors talked to us in advance. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Gunnar Bradley Einerson.
And the host has unmuted me. Hello, everybody. I only have a few words to say, so I won't keep you long.
Could we have
before-
could we have your name and address first, sir?
Yes, Gunnar Bradley Einerson, 32 Claxton Road, neighbor of Lawrence and Michael.
Okay, let us have your comments, please.
Yep, don't get the wrong impression. I'm at my in-laws' place. This is not my house at 32 Claxton. So this has been said already. I'm going to say it again, though. The abhorrent comment is not acceptable. My neighbors are lovely people. The builders or the owners, I believe, did come and talk to us the first time, and I don't know if they just didn't like our objections, but there is nothing untoward or abhorrent about any of my neighbors, number one. Number two, as far as I can tell, the new proposal barely changed. Very few things changed. They were over-documented, probably not. I'm a layperson. But it almost looked like they were documented in such a way to obscure the fact that 78% is too much. So I'm with my neighbors saying that this should be rejected because of that excessive variance they're looking for. The toxic tank mentioned by Lawrence and Ann is an issue. And I stand with them, worried about that, in that we are both on the other side, on the Claxton side, and anything that happens there could leach out and affect us. And my wife and a daughter with autism use the backyard all the time. And while we are one house away, the sight lines are pretty direct. And I share Ann's and Lawrence's worry about the second floor balconies and the overlook. And the lack of privacy there. So that's it. A minute and a half. There you go. And I have a much greater. I've been sitting through this entire meeting. I have a much greater appreciation for what you guys do.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Bronskill?
Oh, sir, I think I've now been unmuted. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. I'll just have a few quick comments in response, sir. I'm not going to engage in a back and forth, sir, regarding relationships between neighbors. I think this panel knows that I speak to you about the merits of the application, and I'm going to do that. In terms of consultation, sir, I do understand that the revised package, and I think one of the members who spoke may have acknowledged this, was sent out on August 31st. And so it wasn't just the notice that went out that would have had revised plans sent around to the neighbors, and those would have had the reduction from the 10 to 3 as well as the revised plans. I think there is a bit of confusion, Mr. Chair. People keep talking about the house being moved forward. If staff can quickly go to that color site plan again, the line of the existing house is in green. I understand that there may be a difference between what people perceive as full front walls, garages, etc., but it's going to line up with 23. It's going to be consistent with the streetscape. It lines up with the garage at Mr. Levitt's house at 19. It's not being moved drastically forward, and in fact, it's not being moved as far forward as it could be with the front yard setback there shown in red. There was a comment about the front porch. There's no variance for that. And in fact, sir, there are lots of lovely front porches. If you do go through Google Earth within this neighborhood, it's a wonderful amenity feature, I think, within this neighborhood that is being continued in this design. In terms of the pool and septic, sir, I don't have any knowledge of the septic. Obviously, that's an environmental matter that would need to be rectified. That's beyond your jurisdiction. There's no variances for the pool. There was a lot of talk about the rear balcony. There's no variance for that one second floor balcony at 4 square meters that comes off over top of that bay window off the master. So it's a very small balcony, permitted, in fact, by the zoning bylaw. And again, sir, I would just stop where I started, which is it appears a lot of this is just about the number. And when you look at that site plan, sir, I don't really see the impacts, especially when you look at how it relates to 23 immediately adjacent And when you take into account my comments that, in fact, it's not maximizing the length or depth or rear yard setback or front yard setback, and it's really that FSI within the roof line of the permitted height. So I don't think there are any impacts. I think it's a lovely house that will actually fit in the neighborhood and would be a positive precedent, sir. So unless there are any questions, sir, I won't take all of my time and reply.
Yeah, Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bronskill, could you speak to the third floor balcony, which is on the side of the house? It's changed from when you were here before. Before, if I remember correctly, it was in the center of the house, nearer the back. It is in quite close proximity to the adjacent neighbor. And it's difficult to tell from the drawings. Is it completely enclosed by roof form, or can you in fact view from that balcony out to the property next door? And if so, is there privacy screening provided?
If you go to, I'm trying to think of which elevation best shows it, but it is within the roof line. It's probably the west elevation that shows that's how it's cut into the roof line. It's 4 square meters. It's for required, as you know, fire escape reasons. So it will be partially screened by that roof line in terms of where it's situated mid-block on the house. And so there will be some privacy barriers if someone was to look back over the rear yard. It's along the side of the house, and so in fact I think it's a better location than if it was at the rear where it would look over backyards.
If you look at the west elevation, it shows
Yes.
the roof form comes on either side of it, but what I was trying to figure out is whether the roof form extends in front of it. It doesn't look as though it does. So is there some kind of, and it's very small, so is there some kind of a screen between it and the adjacent neighbor?
We would be fine with a privacy screen. The third floor plan may help. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Nipfel. You'll see the balcony area, and the third floor plan picks up the roof line there. So you can see, yes, it's partially in, partially out. So you can see the initial roof and then how it slopes down. And so as it slopes down, yes, there would be some visibility if someone went right to the edge. We'd have no concerns if there was a condition imposed that had additional privacy screening on that balcony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Second floor rear balcony?
No, the third floor. This is the third, and then the second floor, the same thing.
Same thing?
Well, screening.
So, Mr. Bronskill, I think you addressed this, but what do you say about the overlook for the second floor rear balcony?
Yeah, I would say two things, sir. Again, we wouldn't be opposed to privacy screening on the sides. That's the first thing, sir, if that provided any comfort to the committee and the neighbors. It's a small balcony. It's permitted by the bylaw. It's outside. It's not within any of the setbacks, including the rear yard setback. And so it's a modest projection. But if there was a desire to mitigate potential overlooks to the immediate neighbors, privacy screens to frame that balcony would certainly be something that would warrant an appropriate condition.
It seems, from my recollection, that it's the people on Claxton
That's right.
that are complaining about this balcony and the overlook. So I don't know whether it's the sides that would help, but it would be the front.
You're right.
Front side that should have or might have a privacy screen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't be opposed to that either. I mean, it's a fair distance away in terms of zoning from those rear yards on Claxton. The minimum rear yard setback is 25% of the lot depth, and it's shown in blue on the plan. But I've been in front of this panel many times, and I think you've heard me say every single time, privacy screening on that type of balcony is certainly something that an architect of this quality could implement with a good design to mitigate those types of concerns from neighbors. Absolutely.
Yeah, all around, the three-sided one?
That would be fine, sir.
Yeah.
David, that's a bedroom that balcony's off, right? So it won't be
It is.
actively used, I don't imagine, right?
Exactly, sir.
Well,
It's not an entertainment space. It's an outdoor space off the main bedroom, off the primary bedroom.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bronskill,
So, Mr. Bronskill, I'm trying to understand, and I didn't get anything from the submissions of the neighbors as to how 78 times the area of the lot was going to impact them, aside from the fact that they think it's going to set a precedent. I understand your position that anything over 67, I think you said, square meters is in the attic, and you can't,
Yes.
it doesn't affect the mass of the building. So I appreciate that, but I'm trying to understand your opponent's concern about the 78 square meters.
Sir, I would say two things in fairness about that. I understand the concern about the number, and I think I would be, as I have on some files, making different presentations to you if the outline of the house went beyond or even was at the red line that we're showing for the as of right. That is where the density number is a result of other variances inflating the size of the house beyond what would otherwise be contemplated by the bylaw. And there's no third story restriction here. And so it really is a built form that I would submit to you in terms of policy 4.1.8 of the official plan that talks about zoning standards ensuring compatibility. The walls are exactly where the zoning bylaw contemplates them. And in fact, sir, it doesn't, it's less than where the zoning bylaw contemplates them when you look at that red line. So I don't think there are impacts. I understand the concern about the number, and I would just say to you, sir, two things. One, there's lots of TLAB case law out there now, including from Member Swinkin, where it's not just a quantitative. We've got to do this qualitative exercise to understand the relationship between properties, and I think that's what we're doing here today. And secondly, if somebody comes along and points at this number, I hope that they would be able to give you the same argument that I'm giving you now, which is have that red line shown so that they are doing something that is similarly a positive precedent and not a negative precedent. But if somebody comes back and relies upon this number to exceed other variances like length, depth, and side yard variance, well, then I think that's a very different case to be made to the committee.
Yeah. Any further questions, panel? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. We're going into committee now. Okay, is it here?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd just like to start off by saying that I'm very glad that the number of variances have been reduced to these three, and that's what's in front of us. Having listened to some of
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I moved away from listening to some of the folks in opposition, I found that it's variance number 2 that seems to perturb most folks, and it's the balcony issue. I think the balcony issue, as we've come to understand in the City of Toronto, privacy screens are always provided, and I think Mr. Bronskill has done this in the past. So I think that can be taken care of. The third floor balcony, the drawings show that they're largely within the roof line as well, so it's not a balcony that's going to be utilized for sitting out and having coffee. I think variance number 2, and this is in part to the explanation Mr. Bronskill's given as well, my sense is that sometimes it's the numeric value that sticks in people's minds, and it may not pan out in reality. In other words, the number looks huge. It's almost double. But as he was explaining, some of this is contained within the built form. And so it's not going to be an issue. And there are precedents already in the area. It may not be in that particular street, but certainly in other streets, adjacent streets. So I am quite comfortable with the application as it stands. So I'd be quite supportive of the application.
Chair, I would agree with that. I think you're right. I think the massing is not of a nature that is inconsistent with others, particularly the one immediately adjacent. I think the size is, these are large lots already, and I think can quite capably accommodate larger homes. I take the point about the footprint not really extending forward much beyond the current structure. In fact, it's just really the front porch which extends, but there's no variance required for front yard setback. And I think with the changes that we've discussed about overlook, that this is quite a reasonable, and as Sahir mentioned, this has now been reduced quite significantly. And I think it's good that the client took committee's kind of views in hand last time they were here and made the appropriate adjustments. It seems to me that with these changes and based on the current construct of the application, I too think it's supportable. And unless Carl has anything to say, I'm happy to move. I'm happy to move approval. Oh, sorry, Don. Sorry, Chair.
So I've been on the street a lot because my daughter used to live just south of there, and I would enter on Heathdale, and I know particularly on the south side of the street, this house is on the north side, but the south side of the street has ravine lots into the Cedarville Ravine Park. So there are some very substantial houses there, modern ones that you would think don't fit within the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood. This one would fit better within the character of the neighborhood. But no one has said, apart from the number, as Mr. Bronskill said and Zahir said, that they're fixated on the numbers, 0.78, but they're not telling me what the impact is. And I think that this is certainly a supportable application, and of course the applicant has made substantial changes and reductions, and I'm supporting this application. Carl, did you have something to say?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleagues. I think it's a supportable application as well. I'm guessing, but I think the objections are in part due to the fact that there's a very substantial covered rear deck, and it tends to make the impression of the building look much larger than the actual enclosed structure. If you look at the site plan, for instance, it's a really substantial deck. I think it's an asset to the property, but nonetheless, it makes the building look, I think, bigger than it actually is. I have some reservations about the two balconies. As always, Mr. Bronskill was very agreeable to screening, but I'm not sure that a 4 square meter balcony with screens on all sides is very habitable. And as I look at where the second floor balcony is, I don't believe you need any screening on the, let me see, on the west side, yeah, I think it's the west side. You only need it on the east side. You only need it on the west side and on the south side, if at all. And the balcony on the third floor is tucked into the roof. There's a barrier, but again, if you enclose it all, it's really quite a terrible space. So I guess my only reluctance would be putting screening around those balconies. I think they'd be awful spaces, and there might be a better solution using plant materials or something like that.
Or frosting?
Yeah, I'd go with plant materials, frankly, personally, but none of that needs, in my view, to hold up the approval. I think it's a commendable application, and the applicants to be praised for the reduction in variances. That's amazing.
Don't you think plant material on a 4 meter square balcony is going to be a little overkill?
I think it's going to be a little bit better than a big wooden fence. I'd actually leave
opaque glass, I would think, would be a good thing.
I'd leave the barriers off on these two balconies because of where they are.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
I don't think the screening is necessary on those.
Plus, there's trees in the backyard too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, okay. Chair, why don't we move this along? I'll move approval of this application, and based on our discussion, we'll not do the screening on the second and third floor balcony. I mean, the client can certainly, or the applicants can certainly do that if they wish to appease the neighbors. But there is a forestry condition 2 and 3.
You second that, Sahir?
Yes, sir.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Chair, panel, staff, very good day to you.
Take care, Bruce.
Good
Thanks,
day.
Bruce. Did we do good, Bruce?
Did okay. Okay, number 18, 68 Douglas Drive. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition with a rear second-story balcony. With this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from the application technician of the Committee of Adjustments. Is that Billy? No? Okay. And a staff report from Urban Heritage Planning. We have opposition from properties on Whitney, Douglas, Highland, McLennan, Whitehall, from the Ratepayers Association, Heritage Committee, from Roxborough, St. Andrew's Gardens, well, essentially Summerhill. Essentially, we have opposition from all of Rosedale. Okay, so 18. Who's the agent? Is it Lauren Rose or Amber Stewart?
The letters are from Amber Stewart.
Yeah.
Amber, you've been unmuted. Amber, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. And I'd be happy to turn my video on, but I don't seem to have that option, but I don't think it's critical.
So can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Amber Stewart, and my address is 70 Plunkett Road, Unit 6, Toronto, Ontario, M9L2J5.
Okay, and you're asking for a deferral?
Well, yes, sir. There is a memo from Heritage Planning that is dated October 3rd, and this was submitted in response to the most recent set of revised plans that was circulated, and Heritage, you will see at the end of that, sir, has asked for a deferral to allow more time to review those plans, and we certainly want to work with Heritage and work with the community, and so we are agreeing with that deferral request. I know that there is some history, and I would, if you would permit me just a moment, to summarize some of the consultation that has occurred. But in short, to answer your question, we are agreeing with the deferral request made by Heritage.
Okay, so can I ask you, because we've had this problem
Yes, sir.
in the past, how long a deferral Heritage is requesting? Because they didn't say.
They did not say, sir, and what I can tell you is we were here at committee on August 30th, and we asked for a deferral on that date. I recognize that there is still a large volume of correspondence that's been submitted expressing concerns. What I will say is that since that date, Mr. Chair, we have had 2 community meetings. We have met with the NRRA on 2 separate occasions. Well, one just before the committee date, one after the last committee date. and we've had a number of meetings with the next door neighbors. So 2 sets of revised plans have been submitted, and I'm very pleased to say that we have reached agreement with the adjacent next door neighbors. So we do feel that there's been quite a lot of work done, and we are hopeful that, you know, with a bit more time and some commitment from my client, who has confirmed his commitment to work with all of the stakeholders involved, we will be able to reach agreement. So to answer your question in a roundabout way, Heritage has not indicated how much time is needed. I don't think I would ask for a specific return date. What I would ask, Mr. Chair, is that, and I heard someone comment on this earlier, how well the committee is doing with having cleared the backlog. So what I would ask is that we bring this back to committee once we've had that consultation and we are satisfied that the outcome has either reached a resolution or we've determined that a resolution is impossible and we want to proceed.
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to point out that Heritage sometimes asks for a substantial time. I know they haven't asked for anything now, but I'm hoping this thing doesn't get delayed 6 months or 8 months or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it's certainly not what we want, but we also want to be fair and give it the time that it needs, sir. So we will do our best.
Okay, so I'm going to canvass the opposition with respect to a deferral. Okay, Khosrow Eshkur. Oh, he's the owner, or she's the owner. Okay, so we don't have to canvass that. You're speaking for that, for the owner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the other issue here is that many of the people that have written in opposition have indicated, contrary to what you've said, Ms. Stewart, that there wasn't in fact consultation. So that because the chair is going to ask people what they think of a deferral, I suspect there would be some hesitation on agreeing to a deferral when last time they'd agreed to a deferral and then they felt that there wasn't consultation. So is your intention in the deferral to not only work with Heritage, but also to have a community meeting and to consult with the community? And if that's the case, it seems to me that the determination on when you bring this application back should be after that communication meeting or that consultation meeting has taken place.
Ms. Stewart?
Oh, thank you. I'm unmuted again. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I really don't want to get into a detailed argument about the facts as laid out in the various correspondence. I can certainly acknowledge that there were concerns with the sufficiency of notice in respect of consultation that was held, but I do wish to be very clear that we did hold 2 community meetings, one which was in person and virtual, and one which was by virtual attendance only. And I think the issue was whether or not the notice was sufficient in terms of time period and also in terms of whether it was circulated to everyone who had written in. The first, I can tell you, was circulated only to those who left email addresses with the committee in the hopes that it would be that those who did receive copies of the notice would be able to share that. The second was circulated to that same group of people, and in addition, my client personally hand-delivered notices and sets of plans into every mailbox of persons who had written in. So I certainly agree that the adequacy of that consultation has been called into question, but I do want to be clear that we've done the best we can with the short timelines that we had in anticipation of coming back here today. But all of that being said, to answer your question through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, yes, we've heard those concerns, we accept them, and we have every intention of doing better this time around. It is, it's of no interest for anybody, I think, to push forward on a matter if we haven't done everything we can do to hear and address those concerns. So that is my client's intention, and that is what we plan to do. We will do our best.
So, Ms. Stewart, just to give you some comfort, we often get complaints about no consultation when, in fact, there has been some consultation. So I think some people get overlooked, et cetera, and they complain about no consultation. But I accept the fact that you did have consultations. So let us go on and canvass the opposition. Nikiforos Latrou.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that speaker was here a minute ago. I'll try to locate that person again.
Come back. Fran and Peter Bennett.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've made several attempts to locate this speaker. And also with the next speaker, I was unable to locate him. That's
Okay.
Peter Greenwood of 101 Douglas Drive.
Nora Smith and Glenn Davis.
Nora, you've been unmuted.
Yes, and Glenn and I do agree to this. Deferral is fine for Glenn Davis and Nora Smith.
All right, can we have your address, please?
5 McLennan Avenue, Toronto, M4W 2Y4, M4K 2Y4.
Right, thank you. Rahim Hirji.
Rahim, you've been unmuted.
Hi. So I guess I have and I guess for the record, I'm at 81 Douglas Drive. I actually didn't receive any notice of the community hearings, so I'm not sure what the process was for email, but we'll leave that aside for now. I guess my major concern here is that
We're not talking,
looking
we're
at
not, sir, we're not talking about the merits of the application. We're talking about a deferral. Are you in favor of a deferral?
I'm in favor of a deferral.
Thank you very much. Sue Howe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was unable to locate Sue Howe, as well as Jane and Peter McNabb of 106 Douglas Drive.
Okay. Nuala Kennedy?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was unable to locate Nuala Kennedy.
Shane Crompton?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I received an email from Shane Crompton. He will not be speaking.
Chair, you're not batting very well.
Not me. Elizabeth Hermont?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was unable to locate Elizabeth Hermont of 9 McLennan Avenue, as well as Romy Hewitt of 85 Whitehall Road, Catherine Liptrot of 9 McLennan Avenue. I believe Donald Goulian is here.
Okay, can we have him up? Oh, some of these names are repeated, I see.
Donald, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, can we have
Can
your
you
name?
hear me?
We can hear you. Can we have your
Yeah,
name?
Donald Galoyan and Irene Boychuk. We're at 59 Douglas Drive, where we have lived for 21 years, 22 years actually, and been in the neighborhood for over 30.
So can we
I
have-
guess
Are you in
Yeah.
favor of a deferral?
I would be in favor of the deferral, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to clarify that we are 50 meters from the subject property, arguably the third or fourth most affected house. They received no notice whatsoever, hand-delivered, mailed, emailed, nothing whatsoever. We're invited to no consultation. I understand that private meetings have been held, but I would like to disabuse the committee of any notion that there was a reasonable attempt made to consult with other property owners.
All right, so perhaps you can get in touch with Ms. Stewart and make sure that you're included in the next meeting. Melanie Schistler.
Virtually all the people on the
Melanie, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Melanie Schischler. I live at 100 Douglas Drive, which is down the road from the subject property.
Okay.
And I am.
All right, I'm sorry, are you in favor of a deferral?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that in one sec. I just want to make one comment on the consultation because I am on the NRA Heritage Committee. And I just echo what Dawn said. If you call a meeting and don't give anyone notice of it, I don't think you should just accept the fact that there has been community consultation.
Okay.
And
thank
I
you.
did attend both because I have been in contact with the agent and the applicant. The first meeting had 2 households other than the next door neighbors and the committee.
Right.
And the second
Thank you,
meeting
Liz.
had 1.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I support the deferral.
Yeah, thank you. Farrell Hausman.
Farrell, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Farrell Houseman, 2 Edgar Avenue. I support the comments of Melanie and Dawn on consultation. I do support the deferral, and I would like to thank the committee for continuing to request of the applicant transparency and consultation in these applications.
All right, thank you. Alexandra Jenkins.
Whitehall, I support the deferral as well. I also have a list of folks. Sue Howe is with their mom. Elizabeth Vermont is making a presentation. A whole bunch of folks have sent me a bunch of texts saying they had to step away, so they apologize. Thank you for your time.
You. So Michael Roger is your husband?
He is, and he is also in a meeting, but he accepts the deferral as well.
Thank you. Mark Letourneau.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was unable to locate Mark Letourneau of 72 Douglas Drive.
Okay, so we have nobody who's opposed to a deferral. So can we have a motion of deferral? Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move deferral to allow the applicant to consult further with Heritage and also to consult further with those people who have filed objections to this application. And I would like Sabrina's advice on this. I think this shouldn't be rescheduled until that discussion with the community has taken place. Is there some way of giving voice to that in a motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. I believe Amber Stewart went through that condition that it doesn't get scheduled until after consultation. So we can include that language as part of the minutes for reason for deferral.
Thank you.
All right, but I think, you send out notices and somehow they don't get to people or people get too busy, they don't come. So I think you just say, arrange, that they call a consultation meeting. And however, it doesn't matter how many people show up, as long as they've, scheduled one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. However, through the consultation, there may be discussions for revisions and the applicant.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm just saying that, we've always have people say, there was no meeting, wasn't informed.
Yeah.
So you can't expect to have a consultation meeting with everybody that's opposing it.
So I think in this sense, consultation needs to happen and further discussions with city divisions, and then they get scheduled for the next hearing that's available.
Okay, thank you. All right, so sit here. You second the motion? We haven't passed the motion. All in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you. And that's the end of the list. It's 4:04 p.m. No overtime.
Just again, before we shut off YouTube, Dawn and Carl, this is your last meeting. Dawn, you've chaired exceptionally well for the last 4 years. We just want to thank you for keeping us on the straight and narrow as much as you have, except for Carl going off rogue a couple times, but that was, just want to thank you for that service. This is, both of you have served for 8 years now, so that's a significant contribution of your time and imposition on your families. So we wanted to thank you. Carl, this is similarly your last meeting. So thank you, you've been an extraordinary colleague and very helpful to me anyways, and I know Zahir and others in terms of bringing your experience to the table. So I just wanted to On behalf of all of us, thank you both for your service and your contribution. We'll miss both of you in the next 4 years.
That's very kind, thank you.
Thank you. You'll probably get over it.
Yes, we will.
So we turn in our computers.
Oh dear, I need a bag then, because mine's full of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what I have here.